Hello. Welcome to the stream. So, before... Oh, I forgot to close my door. Like a weirdo. Okay, there we go. Alright, so before we get properly started, I've got a little bit of... housekeeping. First things first, you might notice at the bottom, we have this quaint little donation bar. So what that is, if you hit the donation goal through Ko-Fi, this is through Ko-Fi only, which is linked in the description below, is my Ko-Fi. If we reach that donation goal, I will watch JoJo's Bizarre Adventures and make a video on it. JJBA is not a anime they would have watched otherwise, but a lot of people have asked me about it, so I thought it would be an appropriate choice for a donation goal. And I think that also if you are one of the people that donates, your name will be and after the goal is reached, your name will be added to a draw, and I'll do one of my little doodles. You might know from... I've got a few of them now, but they're like the sort of blobby little doodles that I've been doing of a couple people. I did some for... Anthony commissioned me to do a couple of them, and I'll bring some of them up. I'll bring one of them up as an example. Please. Oh, it's too little. There it is. This is a picture that Anthony commissioned me to do of one of his friends that appears regularly on the stream. So your name will be added to a draw, and I will make you one of these if you win. And this donation goal will carry on to other streams. So if you only raise if we only raise $10 today, I will keep that amount, and next time we stream, or not just streaming, but if you donate off stream or during another stream, I will continue adding on to it. So there's no expiration date. If it takes us a year to raise the JoJo funds, it takes us a year. But yeah, if you want to help me out, buy groceries, or if you just want to submit me to the torment of JoJo's Bizarre Adventures, please check a little bit my way on Ko-Fi, and I will greatly appreciate that, and I might actually get around to watching JoJo finally. And I will keep an eye on donations to the stream and update it as needed. All right, second bit of housekeeping. And I do need to go back into my Firefox view right here. So, I've mentioned a few times that on stream and in the server that things will be kind of changing a little bit come September, and today is September 1st. So starting tomorrow, my schedule's changing, and I'm going to be doing things a little bit differently around here. So this is my new schedule, Crimson Ender's weekly schedule. So on Mondays, we're going to be having Minecraft Mondays. This will be either me playing single player, or I have an upcoming series with a couple friends that I'll be doing. But Minecraft will always be Minecraft on Mondays, and the stream, it'll usually be a stream, and it'll be on at 6:30 Eastern Standard Time. If I have to change with my collabs, I will keep that updated. Tuesdays and Wednesdays is nothing. I'll be working on stuff / taking those days off. Then on Thursdays at 8:30 Eastern Standard Time, we will have a casual stream. That'll be either me playing a video game, or doing some art, or just chatting. I might have some people on, but they're very casual, loose. And if something pops into my head and I'm like, ooh, I really want to do a stream on this, those will be Thursday streams. Fridays, I will be doing weekly videos. So I have one already in the works. The script is almost done. My first one's going to be short. But for the foreseeable future, my goal is to make an edited video every week, and I'll be putting that out on Fridays. Saturdays, it's not a stream day, but over on my server, we do movie night. We've watched a couple different series and movies. Yesterday, we watched Raggedy Ann and Andy's Musical Adventure, so it's a bit of a classic 1970s animated movie directed by Richard Williams. It's a little dated, but it's really good. It's really fun. It's a really fun watch. So we tend to vote or discuss which movies we watch, and yeah. Going into October, we'll probably do some Halloween themed stuff. Either we will be doing like horror movies or like spooky movies, that sort of thing. Like, I imagine that we will watch some Tim Burton stuff around then as well. Who knows? Sundays, which is today, but we're not counting today. But we'll be doing this stream show, either the Inferno or another dedicated stream show that covers a more constructive topic, or like it's something less casual than Thursdays. There will be some structure to it. Those will be starting earlier in the day at 2:30 Eastern Standard Time. So next time you want to catch the Inferno, it'll be 2:30 on a Sunday. It's not always going to be the Inferno. Sometimes it'll be a bit more laid back, or maybe it'll be a reaction stream. But typically there'll be some structure to it. And then after stream night, it's always game nights. We'll play some Jackbox games or some Gartic Phone or something over on the server after the stream. So, going forward, this is going to be my schedule. And after the stream, I'll be posting the schedule up on the Discord and on my Tumblr for ease of access. I might make it a pinned community post on YouTube as well. So, yeah, that's the housekeeping today that I wanted to go over. And all right, sorry, just checking my Ko-Fi just so that I am aware of what's going on. Okay. The donation goal is for all of JoJo. I will be watching all of it. Yeah. Maybe I'm being a little bit masochistic, but when I start watching something, I have to finish it. So yes, I will be watching all of it. Okay. So back to the topic at hand. Difficulty in video games. Will I be continuing Night in the Woods? Yes, that will be on Thursdays. I will be playing for now. I will be playing the Night in the Woods on Thursdays probably until I beat it. And then I'll start doing something else. So yeah. Okay, let's see. Just pulling up my lesson plan for today. All right. So, difficulty in video games. I have been somewhat of a gamer since I was very young. I started, just to give you some background on where I'm coming at this from I started playing video games when I was in diapers. I am not kidding. I've been playing video games longer than I can remember. I think I might have been born with the SNES controller in my hands. But my first system was the Super Nintendo. It was my mom's. My mom was a gamer before me. So of course, like, if you have like a parent that's like really into video games, then you're probably also going to be into video games. That just tends to be how it is. Yeah, Super Nintendo. It was the current system out when I was younger, and that's what my mom had, and it's what I started gaming on. And my first experience in games was like Super Mario Brothers, or Super Mario Brothers 2, Lost Worlds, Super Mario Brothers 3, Super Mario World. So a lot of Mario, and then there was Donkey Kong Country, and let me think. There was another game called Frantic Flea. That's a bit of a deep cut. I don't know if anybody else remembers that game except for me, because I've never talked to anybody else about it. I've played ROMs of it recently, but so I was a big platformer player. And then we got the N64 pretty soon after it came out. And again, I played like Mario and Zelda games and Donkey Kong games and Banjo-Kazooie. So I've been kind of a Nintendo person. Like I think I've had every single system since the SNES, except for the Wii U. Yeah, I've had every system except for the Wii U on Nintendo. I've also had a PlayStation 2, an Xbox 360, those, and a PS3. Those were my brother's, but I played on them quite frequently. That's how I played Kingdom Hearts and some of the Final Fantasy games. And I've been a PC gamer for a while. I've been playing Minecraft since it came out. So, you know, like I play I would say like the genres like I don't have as much experience in and I don't enjoy as much are shooters and strategy games, like real-time strategy games I'm not as big into. But there are exceptions for those as well. I can't think of any real-time strategy games that I like playing, but shooters, Left 4 Dead. I really like Left 4 Dead. I've dabbled in Team Fortress as well. I would say that I've got a pretty well-rounded experience in video games. That being said, games that are particularly hard, I tend to get frustrated with. I'm not as good at hard video games. I kind of resent the idea that that makes me a casual gamer, because I don't think there's anything casual in the way I engage with video games. Because I play them a lot, and I always have, and I'm very passionate about them. I'd call myself a dedicated gamer. I'm not very competitive, though. And I kind of want to talk about how that sort of reflects in how I engage with sports and other sorts of, like, games. See, I don't really like competitive sports either. I like the sport itself, but I don't like them in a competitive way. I love baseball, I love soccer, I like hockey, mostly field hockey because ya boy cannot skate. I am a shame to Canadians everywhere. I like these games. I like basketball, dodgeball, all of them. However, I'm in it to have fun and to play. I'm not usually super focused on winning. I just like a good game where we're focused on like gameplay loops. And like this is not just like a video game thing, because it reflects on how I play sports, on how I play board games, on everything that you could call a game. I'm more interested in getting into that fun gameplay loop. It's not necessarily about winning for me. It's about playing. And I think that's why I get frustrated with certain difficult games. There's some that I really, really enjoy. I've played games that I would consider difficult, at least for my standards, that there was a satisfaction in getting good at them and then being able to execute gameplay in a very satisfying way. I do like that. On the opposite end, games that are too easy, I think I've said on this channel quite a few times that I work with kids. And I know that I'm obviously not the focus of games, but like there's some games that I've played with kids that I hate playing because it's very tedious, but it's very simple, and it feels like it's just going through the motions. There's no satisfaction, right? I feel like if I was going to make a good comparison to a sport that I enjoy playing, that can get very frustrating for me to play sometimes because it gets too because we don't really seem to get into a good rhythmic gameplay loop is badminton. I love badminton so much. It's kind of silly that it's like one of my favorite sports, I suppose. But I like the back and forth and like the strategy and like I don't like playing dirty necessarily because what I enjoy is like the quick movements and like reaching for the birdie and like I like that sort of like fast paced movement, sort of like going back and forth and back and forth. But when you play with somebody that's inexperienced or younger, there is a lot of dropping of the birdie and a lot of just sitting around, and they either hit it out of bounds or they can't hit it back. So there's like a lot of serving back and forth when you're playing with somebody that's not very experienced. And that's how I feel like when I'm playing a video game that's too easy. An example I'd like to bring up is the new Peach's Showtime game. I really, really, really wanted to like Peach's Showtime. And I did not. I should, because I like how many like quote unquote power ups there are. I like platformers. I like the beautiful sets, but I don't like the gameplay. It sucked. And like I'm looking at it and I'm like a newer player might enjoy this a lot, but I just found it tedious. I like 100%ing my games, but I don't think they really made it for people that are interested in 100%ing games. You just get as many stars as possible, and if you miss a couple, it's fine, and you move on. Because if you want to go back and get a star, no matter, there's no like, you have to replay the whole level again, but it's replay, the replay value in the levels are not good. It's very boring, and you have to do everything over again, and it's too easy. It sucks, dude. I did not like it. It's very linear. It's just not something that I enjoyed doing. And you can't even, like, if I collect the little item, I can't just, like, save and quit and go back into the level and I'll have that star. Like, you have to, like, replay it from start to finish. It sucks. Thank you for the super chats. Because I'm bored, I think is the name. Honestly, my anger issues make it difficult for me to enjoy hard games. Yeah, I understand that. Now, in terms of platformers, I'll read back into the chat after I'm done my little spiel. In terms of platformers, something that I really got into is because I like platformers. I like challenging platformers. And Mario was one of the ones that I really liked. And something that I really got into, especially in the 2010s, was ROM hacks. Specifically ROM hacks that, it had like sort of interesting, difficult, but not Kaizo level difficult, because I don't like Kaizo. And Kaizo is basically troll levels. It's like hard in a way that breaks level design philosophy. Like, if you were jumping, an invisible block might pop up and like smack you down, for example, and there was no hint that invisible block was there. So I don't like Kaizo, but I do like more difficult ROM hacks. I think they're really fun. And I played a lot of the Mario ones, Super Mario World specifically. Which is why I was really psyched when Super Mario Maker came out. Now, I don't always win, but I think that the difficult ones are fun to play. And I think there's a lot of merit to that, but I like when there's sort of a variety of options, right? And going back to my allegory for like sports and physical games, I think it's really important that there are games that are for people that really want a challenge, but there are also games for people that maybe have a harder time playing. And here's where my spicy opinion comes in. I think that it's good that all these games exist, but I don't think it's necessarily an accessibility issue if a game is too hard for certain people. Especially in the world where there's let's plays and stuff out there. If you want to experience a game story and not feel left out, you can watch a let's play, you know? I don't think necessarily like making a game like Dark Souls or Bloodborne easier. I don't think that's necessarily in the best interest of the game, and I don't think people appreciate how hard that can be to balance it afterwards, you know? Um, just like not everybody, you know, is going to play a game like hockey or baseball or more complicated sports. I don't think everybody needs to be able to play the harder games. There are still games for people that have a difficult time with those. So it's less of a concern, in my opinion. I wish there were more adult-oriented games that weren't as difficult, because it seems like a lot of the games that are easier are for younger children. Yeah. I think that's my stance here. All right. I'm going to read back into chat. You guys have been yappy. Chat, should I do the big funny? Paige, what are you doing? Paige, what are you doing? Paige, what did you do? Paige. Paige! Paige, we just started the stream. Oh my god. I guess I'm watching JoJo's Bizarre Adventures. Okay. Thank you, Paige. We have reached... Nope, that's not what I meant. We have what I meant to do. God damn it, woman! Ugh. Okay. Well. Yeah, so we've reached the donation goal. Thank you, everyone, for all of the little individuals all over the world for chipping away. God damn it, Paige. Oh my god. Have I played Sonic? Yes! Sonic was another one I wanted to talk about. Where I would say that you can get through it if you're not very good at it, but it's way more satisfying to play if you're good at it. Excuse me, I'm so sorry. Yeah. But I really liked some of the more difficult Sonic games and some of the more difficult levels in Sonic games. I do want to share a little thing after I'm done reading comments about why things have changed a little bit for me. Do you make a distinction between enemy AI difficulty and level design difficulty? I mean, yeah, but I think it's all kind of it's all kind of comes together in a big network. I like fighting games. I like some fighting games. I'm not like a fighting game connoisseur. Soul Calibur was my fighting game of choice growing up. I love Rain World and Fear and Hunger, partially for the rewarding difficulty. I don't know about Rain World, but Fear and Hunger is on my list. I don't know if I'll play it on stream, though. I don't think I can, because it's very inappropriate. I might make a video about it, though. Personally love tycoons, especially related to animal care, park, and building. Yeah, I think they call those sim games. I like sim games, too. They're fun. I think we had a SNES at home, but the first console that was mine was GameCube. Nice. The Peach game on the DS, that was also a cute game. It was kind of on the easy side, though. I guess next is a JJK joke, unless I already have plans to watch Jujutsu Kaisen. If I ever make these sort of goals, it's only for games that I would not, or shows that I would not otherwise play or watch. Paige doesn't even care about JoJo. She just wants me to suffer. But yeah, thanks, actually. Honestly, that'll help with my groceries for the week, because YouTube's still being a little slow with giving me the monies. There's censored mods to play it on stream, but it's better to play the second game on stream due to its lighter content. I'll think about it. Also, I think that Fear and Hunger, part of the appeal is that sort of gritty, dark sort of atmosphere and content. And I think playing it censored for the first time kind of softens it to the point that I think it would affect my experience a little too much. Thoughts on Zelda? Zelda is one of my favorite video game franchises ever. I think it's neck and neck with Kingdom Hearts, honestly. I love Zelda. I've played every single Zelda game. And I've been playing them for a very, very long time, since I was a child. There's some stinkers there. Like, I don't want my enjoyment of the franchise or my love of the franchise to blind me as a critic. There are some problems with some of the Zelda games and with the series as a whole, in terms of gameplay and in terms of storytelling, but I do like it a lot. And I do tend to like the difficulty in Zelda games as well. Fear and Hunger is Darkest Dungeon with 5 more novels of Berserk shoved in it. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like something. It sure looks like something. All right. I think that we are going to open up call-ins now. So if you are interested in calling and chatting with me about a game that you thought was too easy, or that you have like an opinion on accessibility, or you want to talk about like a really hard game that you have deep satisfaction in playing, or you just want to chat with me and ask me questions about the games that I play, please swing on by to my Discord, linked below, And you can join me on our call-in section, which is coming up, which we're going to start now. All right, stage is open for people that want to go and join in. Whoa! You're going to have to raise your... Whoa. Okay. You're going to ask you to raise your little hands if you want to speak. I know I have at least one person that's really excited for this topic. But he will not be here for another 15 minutes. He's running a little bit late. All right, I am going to invite my friend up on the stage. Paige got sucked into the stage. Revenge! All right. Invite to speak. Hello, Sparrow. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Can the audience hear you? Can you talk again?
Hello.
Yeah, it looks like it can. I'm going to stop the music just so that it's a little bit easier, and I think I'm going to turn you up a little bit. There we go. Okay. Can you introduce yourself?
I am Sparrow. I go by any pronouns. And I'd say I'm a casual gamer who gets roped into difficult games because of hyperfixations. I like Hollow Knight even though it's extraordinarily difficult. I am bad at video games because of my coordination skills. I have a delay, and it's the same thing with sports too. And I'd say, I'd always struggle with hand-eye coordination, reaction times, and still I find satisfaction in the difficulty of Hollow Knight, especially even with a neurological disorder like I have.
Yeah.
I feel like just making games just undifficult, or it's not an accessibility thing, but it takes out the pride I get in beating Soulmaster's stupid fucking face. Sorry for the language. I hate him.
That's okay. We're far enough in that you can probably say that. You know what? Oddly enough, that is something that I was going to talk about and then I forgot.
Hollow Knight?
No, stuff like neurological issues and gaming. So when I was about 25, I went on an antidepressant, an SSRI.
Mm-hmm.
And at the time I was working and I could afford it. And I ended up getting put on quite a high dose.
Mm-hmm.
And then I lost my job and I lost my health insurance. I had to go off of an SSRI cold turkey. And you are not supposed to do that. But I didn't really have a choice because I could not afford my medication. And it caused permanent issues for me. I have never been the same. My reaction times are slower. I faint sometimes, not fully pass out, but you know that feeling you get when you're
yeah, your eyes go fuzzy and
your
black.
eyes go fuzzy
And you
and
sort of
You feel
for a bit.
you feel weak and like, yeah, that's I've had to explain to a few people. It's like, oh, I didn't faint. I just like my knees felt weak and like my vision got blurry. And I'm like, bro, that's fainting. It's just like a mild fainting spell. But yeah, like that happens to me all the time. Sometimes I'll just drop stuff. And I would consider myself to have been quite graceful, and I had like a really good hand-eye coordination reaction time before that. And I've noticed that since then, I'm I find video games more challenging. Um, so yeah, but
Like
yeah, go ahead.
like I appreciate a lot of like accessibility features for difficult games, but still like when it keeps a certain level of difficulty, like
Hmm.
I'd say like it's like catering the difficulty to the person I appreciate, but also like a flat difficulty that you power through is also satisfying in a way.
Hmm.
Like genuine speaking, like Hollow Knight is such a good game for like training reaction times. Like, but thing is, like, I don't have the patience for Hollow Knight since like it. I'd say its punishment for when you die is a little severe for my taste, but like I still like feel super proud when I like beat a boss. Like you get stuck on a boss, you learn its patterns, then it's you learn their patterns and you basically find windows to attack or heal.
Yes. Yeah, that's what I do. I used to be like, oh, like I used to be able to be like, oh, this person's attacking. I'm about to get hit. Jump away. Um, Paige says you are not supposed to cold turkey SSRIs. I know, Paige. I know. I know. Um, but screams and pharmacist. I know I did a bad thing. I'm sorry, Paige. I didn't mean to. I didn't want to, but I didn't have a choice. I had literally no money. Anyway, and it was like the end of my prescription. I had no pills left. I just lost my job. I had no more money. I could not. I'm sorry. I couldn't help it in that moment. Anyway, um see, the thing
It's a
is,
little like fucked up of insurance just to let someone go cold turkey because it can kill people.
oh yeah, I was on a pretty high dose too. Anyway, that being said, I've adapted. I don't want pity for it. Like I'm just kind of using it as sort of like a framework for me to talk about it. Oh, Gwen, cold turkey is like quit immediately. Usually when you quit like a medication or you quit something like alcohol or smoke, not always alcohol, but smoking, you'll wean yourself off. So you'll take less and less and less until you stop completely. Um
Yeah, it basically triggers withdrawal,
yeah.
which is when you're you've experienced the side effects of like not having it in your body. And like some medicines have more withdrawal effects than others, and SSRIs tend to have a lot of withdrawal effects.
And the withdrawal effects can have permanent damage,
Hmm.
unfortunately, because it affects your dopamine receptors, which can affect a lot of things like reaction time, um, mood, that sort of stuff. I'm okay. I'm not looking for pity here. I'm just kind of like sharing how like games that I was used to be very good at suddenly became very difficult for me. Um,
And
and how that affected my experience playing video games. Like I just kind of want to use that as a framework. I'm only talking about it because it's relevant to video games. But but now what I have to do instead of relying on my reaction time, which used to be extremely good, because I've been playing video games my whole life. Now I have to do things like, hey, this is like it's that sort of like all bosses, most bosses. I don't think I've ever played a game that doesn't do this because it's bad game design. They'll have tells before they do a certain attack. Like if this character starts doing this animation, they're going to do this attack. And so I kind of used my skills that I learned as an animator to recognize that. And I was able to make up for this thing that I lost, which was my reaction time, by brushing up on recognizing animation patterns. What were you going
I
to say,
think
Sparrow?
I think you'd like Hollow Knight then.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
That Hollow Knight is also on my list. It's one of those ones that I haven't gotten around to. That's why I only recently played Night in the Woods. It's another one that I've been wanting to get to for a very long time.
Like
Yeah.
I'd say like RPGs like tend to like accommodate a lot of my
Mhm.
reaction time abilities because like I get to think about what I want to do. Like I process information a lot slower than most people and I react a lot slower than most people, but like it's it's interesting how like certain I'll get back to you. I'm trying to formulate thoughts. You can talk.
Sorry, I'll read a little bit through chat. Um Oh, I don't think you're actually mad at me, Paige. I'm leaning into the bit. My pharmacy or doctor should have intervened to help you get through the financial trouble with a cheaper stopgap option. Um yeah, probably, but that's not what happened. I fell through a lot of cracks when I was in my 20s, unfortunately. Um,
Oh yeah, I was gonna say like some medications also give like muscle spasms, like my first medication, and that really hampered my ability to like I thought it was like okay, I'm just cold. No, I'm not shivering. It's muscle spasms. But um I like it it affects your ability to play games.
Now, there is one game in particular that I wanted to talk to you about. And
Oh,
it's one that's relevant to you and me that we've experienced with one another very recently. Pokemon and competitive Pokemon. I wanted to ask you
oh yeah.
about.
So sorry.
So
I'm being roasted on stream.
um I oh, here comes should we invite Gwen too? 'Cause this is
I
I'm
mean,
killing you both
she
with
likes.
hammers about this.
Oh my god. I'm,
Yeah?
let her speak.
All right. So, to set the stage for my audience, I played Pokemon games when I was younger, and the last generation that I really played was Gen 4. That was the last game that I bought and played for myself. I'm not up to date on the Pokemon meta. It has been years since I sat down and I played a Pokemon game outside of like Let's Go Eevee, and that was kind of easy, and I ended up dropping it because I didn't enjoy it as much. Um, so me and my friends here, Sparrow and Gwen,
I'm sorry.
and a couple other people on the server, including somebody that will be
Oh,
around later. Uh,
I was summoned. Somebody said the magic words competitive Pokemon.
you're a little bit quiet, by the way, Gwen. I
Oh,
turned you up all the way, but
sorry.
you're still a little bit quiet. So Sparrow was like, kind of invited me to play Pokemon Showdown, and I was like,
I'm so
sure,
sorry.
sure. I said I'm not very good at competitive Pokemon.
I
So let's like take it like don't like let's just pick Pokemon that we like, not these fucking bitches just
I
creamed
feel
me immediately. Like
I
I'm
feel
here
bad.
with my cute little Blorbos, and they come at me with like some fucking like just stomp me with these competitive Pokemon, and I'm just
To
like,
be fair, Chiyu is my Blurbo.
I could have looked up like a good Pokemon and move set. The perfect if I googled like a perfect Pokemon team and move set on Smoggin, I'm sure I could have done just fine too. But that's not what happened.
Look, look, Krim. The rules were use your favorite Pokemon, right? It's not my fault if my favorite Pokemon is Therian Landorus.
I'm sorry. I misinterpreted what you said,
Yeah.
and I feel super bad about it.
Mhm.
I process information differently. You know that. It's okay. It's okay.
I'm
And
sorry I
like when
destroyed
you
you like a little piece of mud. I just processed information differently.
Also, is my
It
I'm so
reminds me
volume
it
sorry.
reminds me of like being at summer camp and there's like these guys that my coworkers, like adult men, taking a bunch of 11-year-old kids to go play dodgeball and then fucking destroying all of them immediately. And
To be
then
fair,
the
you beat
last
me.
the last two
To be
people.
fair, you
Yeah, I did beat you once or twice, I think.
you beat me in singles. Like
Yeah.
I only play doubles.
Yeah, but that was like
in competitive.
it was like a monotype thing and
Yeah.
everything. So it was like, um and that was after we had played a few times. But what was I saying? Yeah, it and like at the end there's like only it's the two adult men that are working there and all of the children are sitting on the sideline not actually playing because they got fucking destroyed by the people that yeah. Krim brought a little pug
I
to the
am
park and Sparrow
so
brought a
sorry.
tiger.
I
I'm
It
feel
not.
like
was my
Gwen's
birth.
not sorry.
I'm not sorry.
It was just like it was his birthday, Sparrow. It was my birthday.
I'm so sorry. I know Gwen's not, but I am. It was your birthday. You were a birthday boy, and I trounced you with fucking Chi-Yu.
It's okay. I'm not actually that ripped up about it. I just think it's funny in
Uh,
retrospect. But
is my volume better, by the way?
a little bit.
A little better,
Okay.
yeah.
Also, should I say who I am?
Yeah, sure. Introduce yourself.
Uh, I'm Gwendolyn. I use she/her pronouns. I like video games. I wouldn't say I'm very good at it, but I whenever I like a game, I try to get as far in it as possible, no matter how
Dark
hard
Matter's
it
here.
is. Yeah, Dark Matter is here.
Oh, Dark Matter's
Uh,
got no. You're not get. You're gonna get your own section of the stream, Dark Matter, because I know what you're
uh,
going to be like. You just wait. You just wait. I've set a chunk aside for you. Okay, go ahead, Gwen. Sorry.
but yeah, I also happen to really like Hollow Knight. I powered through that game until I got good at it.
I think there's something to be said about getting good, as the kids say.
That's what Hornet tells me.
Yeah, in
I
the final boss, she tells you to get good.
there's like something about there is something about like it clicking into place, you know, and you finally feel like you've accomplished something. I think.
I
That
feel like
go ahead.
sometimes like when I get frustrated with the game, I just step away for like
Mm-hmm. Yep.
a few months. Cool off a bit. Cool off of it and go back fresh, refreshed and renewed because Soul Master is my bane and he
I
took me
will.
months to beat.
I will take
But
no Soul Master slander. I love Soul Master.
his stupid noises, I hate him.
I love him. I love him. He's such a
But
good boss
like
fight.
it's like speaking about competitive still, like Pokemon, like there's some like challenge runs of Pokemon, you can like cater your difficulty, and I think Nintendo or like Game Freak is very aware that difficulty can be like self-imposed difficulty can be created, which is why they haven't made a hard run yet.
Well, there's also like Nuzlocks and stuff too, right?
That's not official.
I, I
It's
am
made by
very
fans.
Mm-hmm.
knowledgeable in
And
Nuzlocke.
like they are pretty much aware of it and like probably like what's it called? Like they don't like encourage it, I'd say, but like they're aware of the existence
Actually,
and
they are aware of Nuzlocke. They have said something about it, and it's that to them, playing the game as a Nuzlocke is just as bad as a ROM hack, which means that they don't like it at all
What?
because they're
what?
because they're stupid.
I mean, was that Masuda or like a random?
I'm not sure who said it, but it was kind of big when it happened.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Let me see if I can find that. Um, on that note, that's something I also wanted to talk about. Not necessarily. Okay, this is kind of tangentially related. It was stated that doing Nuzlocke was the same as hacking. Then someone cleared it up by saying they were fine with players doing Nuzlocke. They just didn't want people hacking the game.
Oh, I guess because also recently with
Okay.
the hardcore Nuzlocke community getting bigger, there was a bunch of uh, hardcore
Hacks.
ROM hacks made specifically for those players.
So I guess Twitter had a "how dare you piss on the poor" moment, I guess.
Yeah.
But like self-imposed difficulty and challenge runs
No,
are
it was
interesting.
this was a claim that the Nintendo made, not the Pokemon Company.
Oh.
Um, yeah, the Pokemon
Not
Company. They confirmed to me that this is incorrect. They haven't cut out people for doing Nuzlocks or anything like that. They don't care as long as you follow the confines of what's possible in the game.
oh dang, not me spreading misinformation on the internet.
That's why we Google things. Yippee!
Yippee.
Is the
Um,
stream still running? Just making sure. I'm paranoid about that now.
it's running for me.
Okay. Anyway. Oh, look at the Majora's Mask Bowser. That's funny. Something that I wanted to bring up was Minecraft. Because I am an avid Minecraft player. As you know, I Minecraft in my spare time. Maybe this is something that I'll speak more with squeakers about in detail, but something I wanted to bring up in particular was their accessibility options. Now, something that I always do is I turn off view bobbing. That makes view bobbing is like when it animates like footsteps as you're moving. I find that nauseating, you know? Um
Yeah.
so it's easier for me if I turn that off. There's also now closed captioning narration, and it'll say at the bottom or along the side zombie grunts, and it'll have a little arrow pointing in the direction that the sound came from. Uh, you could say that this makes it a little bit easier, but for people with hearing issues, it's a must-have. There's also like high contrast modes, and there's like texture packs to make ores stand out more. Um, there's also mods
Also,
that add things like mini maps, which I personally use because my math, like a lot of people will just press F3 and read out the coordinates and then like do the little mental math to judge how far away they are from where they want to be. I'm not good at doing stuff like that, so I just use a mini map. But I'm still getting the same like I'm still getting like similar information as people would otherwise. I mean, there's like some other easier things that come with it, like the entity radar, but again, I don't see it as necessarily a problem. It's like a quality of life thing for me, but it's an optional thing, and it's something that the community made. What were you saying, Sparrow?
also like base vanilla game change the ore textures to make sure that it's colorblind accessible
Yeah.
by changing the visibility. Like so like if anyone's like completely colorblind,
Mhm.
include like not even just red green colorblind, it's like even black and white colorblind. It's
Yeah, the
um
textures are all different
it's
now.
Yes, you'll be able to distinguish the ores without doing anything.
Yeah.
Among Us also has that with the wires.
Yeah,
Nice.
People complained about that.
they added symbols next to each wire to indicate which one would go you were supposed to connect.
Nice.
Also, I recall you saying about something about left-hand accessibility,
Ugh.
like yesterday.
Yeah, so
Specifically about Kid Icarus Uprising.
yeah, so I like Kid Icarus. I played the original game and I'm a big fan of it. Kid Icarus Uprising is unplayable to me because there's no left-handed option. You have to play right-handed, and it's really hard for me to do it because I'm a lefty. And you have to hold the stylus in your right hand to play it. And I just it's hard for me. I think left-handed accessibility is really important in video games.
Wait, you're a lefty?
Yeah, I'm a lefty.
I thought you were alt-right.
Shooting beams at Gwen.
All right. Well, was there anything other? Were there any other games that you two wanted to mention? Paige giving me more money. Hold on. I think it's hilarious when some bros, gender neutral, complain about not being able to custom button map every single game, then throw a fit about difficulty options / accessibility in the same breath. Yeah. Yeah.
So just for the whole thing with the left-handed, I thought about like reminded me of the Legend of Zelda Phantom Hourglass,
Mm-hmm.
where you have to use the stylus to essentially play the game. And at the very beginning of the game, they ask you which is your dominant hand.
Yep. Yeah, that has a left-handed option, and I used it.
Yeah. But another game I wanted to talk about is actually Kingdom Hearts,
Yippee! Love Kingdom Hearts. Okay.
specifically Kingdom Hearts 3. Because if you know how it was when the game first released, there wasn't the fourth difficulty option,
Yeah, they added that later.
critical mode,
Mm-hmm.
specifically because they wanted to wait to get like reviews of the game to make the difficulty appropriate,
Mm.
which led to Kingdom Hearts 3's critical mode being the hardest Kingdom Hearts had ever been yet.
I haven't played it yet.
It's insanely punishing.
Like
You
I've
die all the time.
To clarify, I've played Kingdom Hearts 3, but I haven't played critical mode yet. It wasn't out when I started playing it, but I usually play it on normal mode first, then on proud mode, and then on critical mode if I'm still, feeling a gaping hole in my heart for Kingdom Hearts. But
It's like genuinely so hard. Like every enemy kills you in 3 hits max.
oh geez.
And I think that might have been like an example where it might have been too hard.
Hmm. Well, proud mode is still pretty challenging. I haven't played proud mode either. I've only played Kingdom Hearts 3 through once normally. I actually didn't like Kingdom Hearts 3's gameplay. I liked the story, but I didn't like the gameplay as much.
I mean, that's understanding.
You're a Dream Drop Distance guy.
Yeah, I like Dream Drop Distance, but I like the other games too. I find that for Kingdom Hearts 3, it's too big. It doesn't feel like a Kingdom Hearts game anymore to me. Um,
Are you
I
afraid that
Go ahead.
Are you afraid that's the direction the series is gonna go
It's
as video
definitely
games get bigger and bigger and like people think that open worlds are better and better, more
Yeah.
people.
I think
I hear the disappointment.
yeah, I'm really disappointed. One of my favorite, and it wouldn't be. I'll kind of like go into detail about that, about how I think they could make it better. I think that Banjo-Kazooie, unironically, I think is one of the best video games ever made. Banjo-Kazooie and Banjo-Tooie. They are so dense with stuff. There's always something going on. There's always little places for you to go and little collectibles for you to grab. I think we need to bring back collectathons. Sorry.
Yeah.
I think that's the thing. And like, hate me if you want to hate me, but I think you have to, if you're going to make a big world, you need to fill it. Which just feels like a lot of like open world games are big and open world just because it's possible to do that.
What do
Whereas
you think of Mario Odyssey?
I liked Mario Odyssey actually. I thought that was like a. I think there was some times where certain spaces felt a little too empty. Um, Actually, you know what is a good example of games that are huge but are fucking full and full in a really satisfying way is Pikmin 4. That was a dense game. Kirby, the new Kirby game was also really dense, but I would consider Pikmin 4 and Kirby um are pretty easy games. And I would just appreciate if there was like more difficult games that are that big and that dense, you know?
I
I,
was actually wondering because you mentioned the Princess Peach game earlier,
yeah.
and that is essentially what most Kirby games are.
Yeah, it is pretty similar, I would say, to a Kirby game. Um but it's the thing about Kirby games is that is like the levels have a lot of replay value. Um I don't think that Peach Showtime does. Like the levels are very one and done. You don't want to go through the level again. Um
Mm,
it feels very repetitive and boring, whereas like and it controls the pace more than I think Kirby games do. And like there's like a lot of story beats in the levels, like there's cutscenes in the levels, and I don't think you can skip them, so it makes it frustrating to go through.
gotcha. I see. Yeah.
I think big worlds that have room for emergent gameplay are pretty cool, but it can leave much to be desired on an intentional design sense. Yeah. Yeah, like it's cool when like you have like an open world game where the inside of every house is modeled, but if there's nothing to do in those houses, then why even bother? Ugh.
One okay, my last thing I have to say. One of my favorite games, Sunless Skies, has difficulty options, and it's also still absurdly difficult. Like I keep dying, but like the difficulty options like change the enemies like projectiles since it's a resource management piloting a train in space sort of thing, and a lot of your enemies have projectiles. You have resource management, and it you can change in the beginning of the game how much resources you take over time.
Hmm.
And what else? And also, like, there's a mode where death is final, and another mode where you can continue at your last save.
Hmm.
It's a good game. I like it.
I
The writing's really good too.
like the aesthetic. It's kind of cool.
Yes, it's like I'd say dark comedy more than like it's horror, yes, but like it's like absurd horror. Like I don't want to spoil much since I really want people to play this game, but let's say the Queen of England, Queen Victoria, she is an eldritch horror in this game.
That's awesome.
Our girl Vicky, Vicky. Okay, I'm done. I just want to show this game.
One last game I'd like to talk about is big stinky game called Genshin Impact.
All right, let's get into it, Gwen.
Okay, it's specifically not about the gacha mechanics, but specifically about the gameplay.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Essentially, for a very long time, the game had no, like, essentially nothing you could do if you've done the main quest. And so most people would start just optimizing their character because that was essentially the only thing you could do. That was like the only end game content was optimizing your character to a point where the fighting became just trivial. Like you had teams that would allow you to do like tens of millions of damage.
Oh, Jesus. That sounds fun, though. There's something really satisfying about doing that, though.
Yeah, but the thing is that it kind of pushed MiHoYo to add new stuff,
Mm.
like add more end game content than just doing the abyss every time.
It kind of like reminds me about how Minecraft works in response to like people, like really smart people coming up with farm designs. Um, how do you balance a game where you can automate so many things? And some of the updates that Minecraft has provided either lean into the ability to farm or kind of hinder the ability to farm. Um, One thing that was nerfed recently was raid farms. You can't automatically trigger a raid anymore, like put on an auto clicker and automatically trigger a raid. You have to very specifically drink an ominous potion in order to trigger a raid. Um, so it really nerfed raid farms, which were overpowered. You can no longer automatically trigger them anymore. But because they give a lot of like late game content, like the totem of undying, which revives you if you're holding it. But that also destroyed redstone farms that used the raid farms. So instead, they gave witches who only who don't spawn very frequently naturally, and like they only really spawn in any decent numbers in witch huts. They now drop like a significant amount of redstone dust when they die. I think between like 8 and 15 now in the latest update. So I think that's something that's really interesting about Minecraft too, is that they're always paying attention to what the community is doing and either making things harder or nerfing certain things or leaning into the mechanics that certain players tend to really like farming and automation. So I think that's
Yeah,
kind of interesting and like if with the Genshin topic.
it is very interesting.
The thing is, the hardest thing about Genshin Impact though is fucking dealing with goddamn Paimon. God damn it. I can't. I can't with Paimon. I'm sorry. I would
Um,
otherwise love Genshin Impact, and it looks like it was made for me in a lab, but I can't handle Paimon. Sorry.
Paimon is.
I'm a
I,
cer-
I, I
I'm a certified
I get
hater.
I get the hate on Paimon, but I think she's very endearing.
Mm,
At least sometimes she gets some very
I'm
funny interactions.
it's absolutely a taste thing on my part. I personally don't like that kind of character, so she drives me crazy. And the fact that it's like if it was just like another character that you could like, oh, I'm just not gonna include her in my party, that would be one thing. But I don't have a choice,
But
so
okay, so, real quick, Paimon has some really funny interaction with a character called Ito, uh,
yeah,
the short guy,
yeah, I like
because,
Ito. Anyway, go ahead.
because she thinks Ito is obnoxious, and it's really funny because it's very much a "Hi pot, have you met kettle?"
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely like a taste thing, I think. And I think Ito is probably annoying in a different way.
Yeah, he
Uh,
is, and I love him.
is there anything else that you wanted to talk about?
I don't think so. I think I said everything I wanted.
Okay.
Can we talk about anti-consumer practices, or is that for another stream in
Uh,
video games?
what were you thinking?
Well, like attaching microtransactions and gotcha, and
Ah,
also DLCs.
pay to win. Fuck
Pay
pay to
to
win.
win.
All my homies hate pay to win. Um, I think making a game artificially difficult to the point of almost being impossible. Um, yeah, I think like the larger conversation is maybe for a different stream, but I think artificially inflating difficulty in order to force someone to pay money to make it easier to play, I hate that shit. Candy Crush my beloved.
My mom's obsessed with it.
Oh my god. You say that, but we're all fucking
Merging them
merging the
farms.
farms.
Merge maxing. Yes.
That's the
I'm not
real.
merging. I know what I'm like, so I don't play.
That's the real pro gamer game.
Farm Merge Valley. Let's freaking go.
Like,
Yeah. We frequently on the server will just play Merge Valley together. It's really big on the server, so if you guys like Merge Valley, come play Merge Valley with us.
I think I'm predictable enough, but like I like if you like like I know what I'm like, and I know I'd be sucked into Merge Valley, so I choose not to even start.
All
So
all the homies hate pay to win. Anyways, time to play Yu-Gi-Oh. That's trading card games are an interesting one because like oftentimes yeah you have to pay more money to get better cards, but that's why I like things like I'm trying to remember what the Yu-Gi-Oh one is called, but that's why I like things like Pokemon Showdown, is because you don't have to like you can just you could just pick whatever Pokemon you want regardless of what game you own, and it's free.
I mean, it
And
has to be legal. It has to be legal though.
yeah, um but I think it's Duelist Network? Dueling Nexus. Yeah.
Thank
Dueling
you,
Nexus
Hoffman.
is the one that I played on, and you can basically pick whatever card as long as it's legal in the match that you're playing. And I think that makes it a more, there are options to play those games in a way that you're not dependent on cost.
There's
So,
also a Pokemon trading card game online that you can do.
yes.
I
Yeah.
think you have to buy things though.
Essentially, every time you buy a booster, you get a little code to get cards in the game as well.
Okay.
But I'm pretty sure you also can get free cards in the game.
Yeah, but it's still like a lot of the best
It's still
cards
paying, yeah.
they're going to be
Yeah.
locked behind, you know. I'm not a big fan
Like
of artificial.
I am half certain Nintendo Game Freak is aware of Showdown. Like, don't say anything to them though, in case they aren't aware. But
Yeah.
like, it tends to, it's like it fosters the community, the competitive community, to the point where we wouldn't have competitive like it is today if it wasn't for Showdown. So I'm half certain they tolerate it for that reason, and the fact that they don't make money off of it. It's just like the ads are just there to keep the server up. That's it.
If Pokemon Showdown wasn't a thing, the world tournament, like the official world tournament, wouldn't be as big as it is.
Yep.
Where it's like a huge event. Also, Sparrow, I hate you. I said Pokemon again.
I'm Americanizing you, Ooga Booga. I will Americanize all of you.
No, I'm going to still say Pokemon. You can't stop me. All right. Was there anything else?
Nope, I'm done.
Okay.
I guess,
What was that, Gwen?
I guess for closing words, remember, kids, always look both ways before you brush your teeth.
Thank you, Gwen.
I'd like to say beware of Chiyu. The Chiyu is like dangerous.
What's a Chiyu?
It's the firefish I roasted you with.
Oh, yeah. All right. Okay, we are going to take a very quick break, and then I'm going to take on my next guest. I'm going to move you guys to the audience. So we're going to take a quick break. Go grab a drink or a little snack, and I'm going to come back with my next guest, and we will continue our discussion. All right, be back in a bit. Hello, I return. I need to use the bathroom and change out from shorts to pants because it's getting cold. It's September now. Ugh. Putting socks on. I'm switching into fall mode. Ugh. All right. All right. Go. Let's freaking go with my next guest, who I know is very excited to be here. Hello. Can you hear me all right?
Hello, hello.
How are you doing today? Ooh, for some reason.
Krim, I cannot hear you at all.
Hello. Awesome. My Discord's being weird. One moment, folks. There's some video. Test. Test. This is really interesting. Why is that?
Oh, I can hear you now.
You can hear me now?
Try saying something?
Hi.
Okay, good. It's working now.
Okay, cool. Awesome. Love when that happens. It's funny because it was still working on Streamlabs, but anyway. Can you introduce yourself for me, please?
Yeah. Well, I'm Dark Matter. I'm a PhD student in mathematics, second year, and I like to play video games in my spare time. I've been doing it for quite a while. One particular genre of video games I like is one that's infamous for its difficulty, the Souls-like genre.
Mm-hmm.
But I've played a pretty wide variety of games, stretching all over the spectrum of difficulty.
Nice. So what did you want to talk about today?
Well, kind of like everything difficulty related.
Okay.
So we're going to start off with a couple of definitions and questions.
Okay.
So the first thing we need to do is just define what does it mean for a game to be difficult. And there is a saying that it's very easy to make a difficult game. It's hard to make a difficult game that's fun.
Yes. Yeah. I think that it requires a certain type of game design. And were you here? You weren't here earlier, but I very briefly talked about Kaizo. Do you know what are you familiar with that term?
I'm aware of Kaizo, like Kaizo ROM hacks, such as Mario Kaizo.
Now,
These are ROM hacks that are designed to kill the player, essentially.
yeah, and it's like it's antithetical to like good game design and level design, where it's like if I jumped here, it looks like I'm supposed to jump here, but then there's like an invisibility block and it like hits me down, or like yeah, I would say that those are not what I would call. Now, there's a whole design philosophy behind like really well designed Kaizo stuff, but I would say that those are like some of the easiest levels to design. But making a game both difficult and satisfying to execute, I would like in that genre, I'd like to kind of bring up some of the more challenging Sonic levels as an example. They tend to like they have like a flow to them, and while you do need good reaction time, you do need to be able to read the level very quickly. It doesn't surprise you, I suppose. In the same
Yeah,
sense
I'd
that
say
Kaizo
Celeste
does.
also falls into that
Celeste.
category.
Yeah, Celeste is very. I have not sat down and played Celeste, so I'm only speaking from what I hear, but like it still has the sort of design philosophy of a platformer, and like it doesn't feel unfair when you lose.
Correct. Well, we haven't even defined difficulty yet, so we're getting a bit ahead of ourselves.
Yeah, we're getting ahead of ourselves.
So I'm going to define difficulty as the amount of skill expression required to complete a stage in a video game.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what is skill expression is the application of skills tuned to that video game. For example, it could be reaction time, it could be pattern recognition, it could be short-term planning, it could be reading a situation, it could be memory, it could be problem solving.
Mm.
And all of these are things that games tend to test. For example, if you're playing a first-person shooter, the thing that's going to be tested is your reflexes and your ability to hold a steady aim. If you're playing a sim game, then what's going to be tested is your planning ability and your calculation ability.
I would say that that's definitely a fair definition, and I like it. I don't like it when it's based purely on luck. That never feels fair. I hate that.
Yeah. So the second thing I want to note is that RNG is not a balancing mechanic, and it does not define difficulty.
Mhm.
What it does is it reduces the number of people who will complete the level due to sheer frustration.
Mhm.
This is not to be confused with risk minimization, which is a skill, for example, in Nuzlocke Pokémon. Risk minimization is a very important skill to develop. You have to think, what's the chance they'll crit? What do I do if they'll crit?
Yep.
For example.
And there's
But when it's like, the boss has a 1 in 4 chance of killing me if it randomly selects this move, and I have nothing I can do to prevent that, that's not difficulty, that's just bullshit.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. But for example, if I take like a Pokemon into a fight that I know there is like a high chance that I could be crit on the first move, but I have like it equipped with I'm trying to remember what the item's called. But there is an item in Pokemon that will leave you with 1 HP, or is it an ability?
Focus Sash.
Focus Sash. Focus Sash, like if you get like 1 hit KO'd, you'll actually be left with 1 HP, and then maybe you can have like you can have a move that like swaps out your Pokemon. Like there's ways around it in Pokemon, and I really appreciate that they kind of built that into the design of the game. Yeah.
Yeah, but we're getting a little bit off topic
Yeah,
again.
sorry. Yeah, let's continue. Let's continue. I apologize.
Yeah, we're going to do a ton of case studies and examples later.
Yeah.
I have prepared notes for
Oh
this.
my goodness. Okay. You've prepared more for this stream than I did.
So one of the things that you need to do to complete a difficult game is to pass its skill checks.
Mhm.
Now, where are you going to build the skill to pass a skill check in a game? The answer is either you got it from some other game, or the game itself taught you.
Mhm.
So this is kind of the central point. A good difficult game teaches you all the skills you need in order to beat it.
Absolutely, I agree. Um, now
And
I know that you
conversely,
have a bunch of like examples like for later, but it might be good to kind of like sprinkle them in while we're talking about them so people have an example of what you're talking about.
yeah, definitely, let's not keep this too abstract. I guess the premier example, in my opinion, is the game Sekiro, Shadows Die Twice.
Okay.
Sekiro includes a number of bosses that I will call learn or die bosses. These are essentially bosses that either you learn the skill the game wants you to learn, or you cannot beat that boss. The premier example is Genichiro Ashina in the fight uh, in the Ashina Castle.
Mhm.
To beat this boss, all you have to do is demonstrate that you understand how to parry most attacks, you understand how to make Curie counter, and you can deal with perilous attacks. Throughout the game, you have faced many enemies that use these attacks, but you can brute force them with other methods if you're trying to. Genichiro cannot be brute forced, he has 3 health bars, and there is no cheese tactic like firecrackers for the chained ogre, for example.
Mhm.
But if you're struggling with Genichiro, you can simply sit there and learn his patterns. The game will teach you and it will reward you for making progress. Because every time you get better at deflecting his attacks, you will get a little bit farther in the boss fight.
I would also say that another good example is some of the earlier Mega Man games were really good about this too, where it would like put you in situations where it would let you discover move sets and how those move sets could be implemented on the environment. Before it would like teach you how to like put those move sets together. And I find that like a lot of newer games struggle with that and instead go into long tutorials instead of like practical learning like on the fly as you're playing and getting introduced to the game.
Hmm. I think another example of a game that teaches you to play it is Pokémon.
Yes.
The original Pokemon games teach you about type advantages very early on, and they keep introducing new types, and you get new mons, which have new types and new type combinations. You unlock new moves, and that gets you further and further into the system. Newer games don't really follow this progression path. I believe type knowledge is kind of assumed nowadays,
Yeah.
but when they first came out, there was no idea of what type beats what type in Pokemon.
Yeah, and you didn't have the internet to look up a type chart and like keep it handy.
So the game had to teach you how to play it, and it did a really good job of that.
Yeah. I think that's I think especially with like long running franchise where there's just this assumed knowledge of like, oh, in Zelda you get your sword, you get your shield, you get your arrows, you get this, you get that, and that's how you like accomplish these specific navigation issues or defeat these certain enemies. And because it's a pattern that's been established, all of the new games kind of tend to follow that pattern, even to an extent. The Switch games in a way like Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom.
Hmm. And bringing up Pokemon as an example is going to lead into my next point, which is the games that teach you how to play them are
Mhm.
not necessarily difficult games. In fact, I'd say it's kind of the opposite. A difficult game is either a game that doesn't teach you how to play it, or a game that teaches you through direct failure.
Mhm.
And this is, in my opinion, the divide that separates difficult and fun from difficult and bullshit.
Yes. I totally agree. Um, what is a difficult and bullshit game, that drives you up the wall?
I can't really think of any specific game that's difficult and bullshit off the top of my head because those tend not to reach the mainstream very easily.
Mhm.
But I think the higher difficulty modes on a lot of FPS games, for example, tend to be difficult and bullshit because they just tune up the numbers and tune down your numbers and then tell you to have fun.
Yeah, I think that the closest again, I think Kaizo ROM hacks and Kaizo and troll games are probably, um, what I would say difficult and bullshit in a lot of cases.
But even some ISO games, like the well-designed ones, kind of teach you to
Yeah.
never trust anything and to play them very carefully, and it turns into a game that's where the main skill is memorization and precise action. So you're going to
Yes.
die a lot, but that's kind of just part of the gameplay loop at that point.
Yeah, you're learning how to play the game. There's also one of my favorite, you'd probably like this guy actually. He might be a little bit too high energy for your tastes, but Carl Sagan is his YouTube name. And he is a pretty big player in like a lot of like difficult and troll and Kaizo Mario stuff. And but it's gotten to the point that he's so familiar with certain creators' design philosophies that it's a pattern recognition thing at this point, which is really fascinating. I think it's like I'm playing a soup bowl level. I know the guy soup bowl. I know the design philosophy behind the shit that he pulls, so I can recognize it as it's coming and make predictions. And sometimes, like, it gets so meta that the creators will understand what they'll understand that, like, people are recognizing their trolls and then will, like, subvert them, and it will become, like, a whole thing in and of itself. Like in the Mario Maker community, especially, there's this thing called like a checkpoint zero, where it essentially puts you at the start of the level again. And that could also, like, even if you die, instead of being put back in the middle, like the previous checkpoint would have done it, it actually puts you back at the beginning. And then there's like something called twice, where it makes it seem like it's doing that again by presenting a part of the level that looks identical to the one you just played, making you think you have to play the whole level again, but all of the trolls are subverted. So it looks like it's the same, but it's like a whole other experience. So Kaizo and like troll levels in particular do have their own design philosophy, but I think a lot of amateur ones are hard in a bullshit way that aren't designed well, and it's just yeah, not something I would call fun. Sorry for that little tangent.
No, that was fine. It's good to add some examples. So the thing is, not every game can really accommodate high levels of difficulty
Mhm.
because at some point, it just you can't add more. The game mechanics don't accommodate for that. There's
Mhm.
not enough depth to allow for more skill expression. I would say this is very apparent in games that rely on things like reaction speed and reflexes.
Yeah.
At some point, you're just going to start running into human limits.
Yeah.
This is also the case for games where the combat mechanics are relatively simple in turn-based games. At some point, you can't really do anything except give the bosses bigger numbers or implement RNG, which, as I've said earlier, is not difficulty. That's just bullshit.
Could you the example I'm thinking of is bullet hell. Tends to be a bit like that, but there are what other genres do you think kind of place um a limit on how difficult they can be before it's like relying on bullshit?
Definitely some JRPGs, if your battle system isn't deep enough.
Mhm.
Um, Souls-likes can do this again if the player doesn't have enough options. But I think there's no specific genre that falls into this. It's more about games that don't have enough player options to allow for more skill expression.
Absolutely. Yeah. Um, yeah. What do you think about games where they'll have a level where they take all of your like like a bunch of your moves and equipment and basically essentially those games, like you're basically playing naked and equipmentless. Like they do this in Zelda a few times, but I've also played some other games that there are sections where you're playing severely limited to what you were once playing. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think there's kind of two camps that these levels fall into. There's either you now only have access to your basic moves, so we're really going to test you to make sure you know what you're doing. But there's also, this is an unexpected gameplay change. You don't have your stuff, so now you have to do like a stealth mission or something.
Yeah.
I think the ones that test you on basics are very good.
Yeah.
Because usually it's going to be, we're going to be increasing the difficulty after this. Let's make sure you're prepared. The
Yeah.
ones that turn to stealth uh, are doing the thing that I told about. They are giving you something new that they haven't prepared you for. If there's been no stealth elements beforehand, and now you have a stealth section with insta-kills in it, that's not going to be fun,
Mhm.
because you haven't taught me how to play that.
Yeah. I would definitely I think that because a lot of games, what happens is that they scale the difficulty with the equipment and abilities you get, because you don't want to, like, in a lot of games you don't want to hit the player in the face with really hard gameplay at the beginning of the game, so that by the time it gets hard, you have all this stuff to rely on. So As long as it's like an area that's curated for having no abilities, I think it can be. I think it can be a really fun challenge to go back to the basics into what is essentially kind of like the start of the game, except it's way more difficult. Um,
Yes. It all kind of ties into this philosophy that the games have to teach how to play it.
yeah, I think
Now,
that's
there is one last caveat. The intended way to play the game has to be interesting and fun in some respect.
Mhm.
If the game teaches you to play it, and the best way to play it is to run away and hit the boss 500 times with your ranged attack, that's bad design.
Mhm.
So what you'll want to do is avoid dominant strategies, or at the very least, avoid boring dominant strategies. A dominant strategy is one where it's clearly the best thing you could be doing at that time. Which
Yeah.
kind of also ties into this idea of mechanical depth and difficulty requiring some form of mechanical depth. A game with a dominant strategy is inherently lacking depth, which means it accommodates difficulty very poorly.
Yeah, yeah, I mean, like, the case that I can think of, um, not to bring up my specialist boys, like, but, like, Zelda, I think, Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom especially kind of offer a lot of different strategies to fight something, and the ones that I'm thinking in particular are Linnell's, and the what are the creatures with 3 heads again? Like the dragon creatures with 3 heads. I can't remember what they're called exactly, but, like a strategy you can use against them, like you can fight them like directly hand to hand, or you can fight them at a distance using arrows and stuff, but there is still like a difficulty like if you're fighting far away, they will fly up into the air and you have to it increases the difficulty of like aiming and like you might have to like use a specific elemental arrow in order to actually do any damage. Um like they're two different strategies, but I don't know if I'd say one is easier than the other. They're just, like depending on your preferences. It's I like having options, but I don't necessarily like it when, like, it sucks the difficulty out of either option, if that makes sense.
Yeah, 1 second.
Yeah.
I just need to respond to something.
Oh, yeah, yeah, take your time. I'm gonna read back into chat. Um, Immediately thinks of how my favorite rhythm game will lead up to a difficult level with mini levels, give you t giving you the different patterns you'll see so you can learn piece by piece before combining it all. See, I love that game philosophy. Like if you skip to the last level, you'd be like, "What the hell am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I touching? What am I tapping? What do I do with these items? What do I do?" But if you like play the game through start to finish, it teaches you like, "Oh, well, you have to do this jump and then like use this item and then while you're using this item, you have to pull off this combo using this type of energy." And it can kind of it all kind of comes together in a big puzzle piece. And because you've really trained doing all those individual pieces and you've started putting them together individually, by the time you're at the final boss where you've basically learned all of these skills, a good final boss, I think, tests all of those skills that you learned throughout the entire game. Um, and again, I think Zelda's done this a few different ways in some in many different games. Some of the newer ones, not so much, but a lot of the 2D ones were really good at this, where you have to essentially use your whole roster of skill sets on one boss. And it's can be really satisfying to finally pull that off. What are some other comments that we've gotten? Cozy gamers that act oh, okay. My thoughts on video game difficulty is that it's great to have both easy and hard games. I wish the gaming community wasn't so demeaning towards people who want easier experiences, and vice versa. Cozy gamers that act like everyone who likes games with baked in hard gameplay is a toxic gamer bro. Yeah, absolutely. I think that there is a place for all of them. And it's, again, I'm relating this back to like other kinds of games. The way that I play games, video games, is very similar to how I play sports and board games and stuff like that. I am a very dedicated gamer, and I like difficulty patterns, and I like games that teach me how to play them and that are fun to learn and then fun to execute and master. Um, but I'm dragging my feet a little bit on playing Fear and Hunger. It's on my list, but I also know that it's very hard. But I think that because I like the genre and I like that sort of gameplay and I like that sort of story, I think that I'll find Fear and Hunger very rewarding to play once I finally get into it. Are you ready to talk again, Dark Matter?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, go ahead.
So yeah, I think now is a good time to discuss some case studies.
Mhm.
And I want to start with Souls-likes because that's one of my favorite genres, and I think there's a lot to say there because it's, one, considered the difficult genre, and two, it's actually teaches in a way that's very different from most other games.
I really want to get into that genre more. So consider this you selling me on playing these games as somebody that does like a challenge, but likes it when the game teaches me how to play.
Okay, so the first thing to note is the Souls games teach you by killing you.
That's okay.
In a Souls game, your health bar is your mistake allowance.
hmm
When you make a mistake, you lose health. Each mistake you make, with a very few exceptions, I think the first game has a couple of bullshit instances, is your fault. Which means that you need, and you can, avoid it in the future.
hmm
If you make too many mistakes, you die. The second thing is the Estus Flask, which is your healing. Healing in Dark Souls does not pause the game, and it takes time to do, and it fixes your character in place. This means that you are vulnerable, which means that identifying a time to heal is a skill in of itself. Now, at first, the game will not punish you too much for healing badly. You will still recover some HP, and they'll shave off some of your health. But later in the game, if you heal at the wrong time, you're just going to end up taking more damage than you would have done by just not healing and focusing on the boss. The second thing to note is that Souls-likes essentially function on pattern recognition. Every action has a predictable result. Each attack is always going to do the same amount of damage. Every telegraph is going to result in the same pattern of attacks. It's very predictable to the point where people can play it blindfolded.
Mm.
So essentially, the cycle of a Souls-like boss. I'll talk about the level design in a little bit because that's kind of different. But the cycle of beating a boss in a Souls-like goes like, you go in, you don't know what the boss does. You try to dodge its attacks, but you don't know its combos, and it grinds you into ground meat. Okay, you go back in, you start to recognize maybe a couple of the attacks, but there's so many more you can't deal with, and it wipes the floor of you again and again. But as you keep fighting it, if you're paying attention, you'll notice what attacks you know how to dodge, what attacks you can get hits in on because the boss pauses to recover after them, and what attacks you don't know how to deal with. Eventually, by the time you beat the boss, you will have the ability to dodge or mitigate the damage from enough attacks that the ones you do slip up on are not going to drain all your health and healing, and you'll have enough opportunities to deal damage that you can reduce its health bar to 0 before it does the same to you.
Okay, now I have a question. Because I definitely agree that it's fine for you to have to practice fighting a boss a few times. You're going to have to die a few times before you can actually beat it. That's fine. How much does it punish you every time you lose? Like, how far back do you get set?
So, when you die to a boss, you go back to the last bonfire, which is essentially your save point plus level up point.
Oh, okay.
In modern Souls games, like Dark Souls 3 and onward, it usually takes about 2 minutes to get from the bonfire to the boss.
Okay.
You also lose all the souls, which is currency slash XP you're carrying, but that doesn't matter for boss fights, really. That only matters for exploration of the level.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So it's extremely non-punishing.
Yeah. I prefer that over as like, look, that's something that worries me about Fear and Hunger, because Fear and Hunger, you have to start the whole game all over again. uh so that worries me a little bit for that game, and it's something I want to play. But for Souls and Bloodborne, it sounds like it's a little bit more forgiving.
Yeah. In fact, starting with around Sekiro and continuing into Elden Ring, they put the bonfire right outside the boss arena.
Yeah.
So the second you die, you can immediately get back in on the action.
Yeah, and then you can practice and practice and practice until you have mastered that skill, and then you get to implement it. And yeah, I think I like that kind of game design. Like, I am kind of very intrigued by it now more than I have been before, because it does sound like basically a grown-up version of a lot of the games that I like to play. Now, I know that there was a bit of a meme in a certain someone comparing like games like Kingdom Hearts to Dark Souls and stuff, but I would say that it sounds like it's like a more grown-up version of that sort of game. Um, One that honestly I think I would appreciate as like an adult who played those games growing up and is looking for more of a challenge now, but does like that gameplay loop of like learning a boss's patterns and then like practicing and practicing and practicing until I'm good enough to finally recognize all the patterns and like implement my strategies and then beat the boss and win. Like, I find that gameplay loop very fun. Um, so I think it sounds like I would enjoy those games, but I don't know how fair that
Yes.
comparison is.
Yeah, I think that's a fair comparison.
Bind,
Uh,
you did not just. We all know Dark Souls is just worse Kingdom Hearts. Stop. Get out of here. Get out of here. Can't even say that sarcastically. I mean, I think
well,
there's
I guess I'll have to play Kingdom Hearts then.
it's from what I understand, like Kingdom Hearts is like I don't know if I'd compare it exactly. I think it's more like it's the kind of game I'm trying to like think of an apt comparison. Um it's more of like a precursor. It's like if you grew up playing Kingdom Hearts, from what I've heard, it's like a good thing to play if you want more difficulty and a more mature story, and it's like the grown-up version. And some people are not going to like that because they want something more simple and friendly. And some people are just going to be like, this is all I've ever wanted and all I've ever needed. And I'm never going to go back to Kingdom Hearts because I've wanted a more mature version of that forever. And I'm a big boy now. And yeah. Uh, Kingdom Hearts is closer to Devil May Cry than Dark Souls. Um, yeah. I have not played Devil May Cry either. Whoopsie. Sorry. But I'm trying to think of another like game that I would like compare that to, of like a grown-up version of like a game you might have played when you were younger.
Mario to Celeste?
Yeah. Yeah, but not quite. It's not quite what I'm thinking. maybe.
Pokemon to Persona or Shin Megami Tensei?
Yeah, I think probably Shin Megami Tensei, maybe. But you could still there is still some challenging stuff in Pokemon, I think. Faster paced combat, less punishing, but both are hard. Third person hack and slash. Yeah. It is a hack and slash, but something that I've noticed is that a lot of people that play Kingdom Hearts that aren't particularly good at video games get very frustrated at why can't I do it this way? Why is Donald not healing me? Why is this character not doing this? Why is it so hard to land this hit? And it's because you are hacking and slashing and not implementing any strategy. You can get through most of the game hacking and slashing, but at a certain point, you have to strategize, and especially if you're on a higher difficulty setting like proud or critical, if you're not strategizing and just mashing buttons, even if you could have gotten by on a lower difficulty or earlier on in the game, it's not really how you're supposed to play it, and you'll always have an easier time with that game if you strategize. And I think it sounds like what the Souls games are kind of doing is you can't, it doesn't let you just hack and slash. You have to strategize. So if you've gone through Kingdom Hearts and you're at the point where you're playing with a strategy, then and you've mastered that, then maybe moving on to a game like Dark Souls is probably a good move.
Yeah, I mean, the Souls games, if you try to hack and slash your way through them, will tell you that it's wrong by turning your face into a pancake.
Yeah. Nope, no hack and slashing Smash. Somebody brought up Nier, which is also on my list, like Nier Automata, as a in between, perhaps.
Never played Nier, so I couldn't say.
Yeah, me neither. But somebody in chat suggested it, so I thought I should mention it. Anyway, sorry to interrupt your lecture. Oh, great teacher.
Yeah, Dark Souls 1 is actually not what I consider good Souls-like design because it's extremely punishing on the bosses. The bosses themselves are pretty easy because Dark Souls 1 was more focused on level design than on boss design.
Mm-hmm.
So let's talk about how a Souls-like level goes. So you start from the bonfire, and you start going through the environment fighting enemies. There will be ambushes that you need to memorize. There'll probably be 1 or 2 new enemy types that you need to learn to deal with, and each of these things will chip away at your health bar and your healing reserves. Now, here, I'd say that healing is essentially your mistake currency much more than actual health. There's nothing really in exploration that will reduce your health from full to 0. If you're keeping it top up of healing, it's your healing that's going to determine how far you go. And you'll get to the next bonfire, typically, when you have almost no heals left. You'll be thinking, there better be a bonfire right around the corner. And then you go there and, yes, there's a bonfire, finally. Or, if you have not passed the skill check of the Souls level, you will try to go farther, and there will be no bonfire, and then you will be sent back to redo the level.
Mm-hmm.
And every time you're sent back, you lose all your XP. So you can't just grind your way through. You can't just, I'm going to kill a bunch of enemies, die, retain my XP, level up a bit, and kill a bunch of enemies, and it gets easier. And again, the game is kind of teaching you how to play it. You need to go slowly, or else enemies will swarm you and kill you. You want to try to draw the enemies out a few at a time, and deal with them. Most enemies in Dark Souls go down in only a few hits, at least the basic ones. The tougher enemies will only be in groups of 1 or maybe 2 maximum. And those ones you'll need to learn to fight without taking too much damage. Again, it's essentially the same idea as the boss fight, but instead of having to chip down health bar, you need to get through a linear sequence of things.
Mm-hmm.
There's also shortcuts that you unlock, which are essentially checkpoints. For example, you'll get far into a level, you'll find a door, and that door leads back to the bonfire. which is another staple of Souls-like design. Once you've shown that you've mastered a certain sequence, you don't need to do it again.
Interesting. I have a semi-related question for you. What do you think about fan-implemented things such as save states?
Definitely not on a Souls-like.
Yeah.
In general, it depends on the game.
Mhm.
If you're doing it to reduce frustration in a JRPG that you spend, 20 hours on, then yeah, a save state all you want.
I tend to I have used them in the past of getting through something that's so really time consuming and tedious, followed by something that's extremely difficult. But you have to go through the tedium that takes a lot of time, but you've mastered. And I don't use this for all games, and it's usually games that I've already beaten before, because I think that the first time you play a game, it should be unmodded, and you should experience the game first without any mods or fan made features. But I think if it's a game where there's I know this is going to be tedious, but the part right after this, there's an RNG component, or it's going to be really hard and I need to practice. I tend to think that it's okay. I mean, I think you should be able to play games however you want to play, but for me, that those would be the kind of situations where I would implement a save state in.
Well, I say that's no more different than implementing a checkpoint before a difficult section.
Yeah, but
You're
not.
essentially correcting the developer's mistake in that case, I'd say,
Yeah.
by making the difficulty less punishing but no less difficult.
Yeah.
If you've already mastered the tedious section, I see no issue.
Yeah. I think I think people should be honest when they're doing that sort of thing, though. I think secretly doing that, especially, and I absolutely disagree with doing it secretly for things like speed runs.
Well, yeah, it's just dishonest.
Yeah, it's dishonest, and but it's absolutely fine if you're have a save state and you use that. It's I know that this particular section is really hard and I need to practice it a few times before I go back and I do my official speed run. I think that's an excellent implementation of save states, and I think there's no problem with doing that. Anyway.
Yeah. So there's one more thing I want to talk about on the Dark Souls case, because, I mean, you can talk about Dark Souls for hours on end. There's a lot to dissect in terms of game design.
Mm-hmm.
But I want to at least briefly touch on this idea of in-game difficulty modification.
Yep.
So, famously, Dark Souls does not have an easy mode.
Yes. Famously.
Well, not exactly. The easy mode is using magic, or pyromancy, or any number of the broken items, or summoning a friend to help you. There are many ways where if you feel like you cannot build the skills, or a section of the game is simply too tedious, that you can summon a friend or use any of these other things to tone it down.
Mm-hmm. You
do get to pick what difficulty you have, and you can change your approach. The original Dark Souls is actually pretty bad about this. You can't respec in that game, although pyromancy is easy to get.
Mm-hmm.
But the later games allow you to respec and completely change your approach, and summoning people gets easier over the games. And the only reason this sort of thing works is because all the bosses, and kind of the levels as well, are tuned around having one player who primarily uses melee attacks. Many bosses simply won't have a ranged ability, or even if they do, you'll be able to outrange them. Many levels will assume that you'll have to go into melee range to get rid of the archer. Whereas if you can deal with it from afar, then it's going to be not an issue. So if you just want to kind of experience the game, and you don't think you can learn all the boss fights, you don't have the reaction, you can turn down the difficulty. And good Souls-like games that aren't from FromSoft will implement some form of this. One I've been playing recently, Lies of P, which I highly recommend. I think it has some very interesting design decisions that I don't want to go over right now because that's a tangent in of itself. All the bosses are very well tuned for melee, but they're also extremely difficult because of the way the combat works.
Okay.
However, if you use ranged items, specifically throwing items and a couple of ranged abilities, you can essentially trivialize them.
Mm.
Trivialize from my perspective, though. You still have to dodge some attacks, you still have to keep your distance, you still have to heal, you still have to manage item usage. There is still some challenge, but it's not as reaction-based, and it's not as difficult as if you're going in pure melee.
Interesting. I've been thinking about playing Lies of P, so interesting. So if I were to start getting to Souls-like games, what's your recommendation as sort of like an entry level, an entry into the genre?
Well, a lot of people will tell you to start with Dark Souls 1. That was where I started. I'm not sure I 100% agree.
Mhm.
Dark Souls 1 is a great game, but it's not really representative of modern Souls-like. It has a lot more emphasis on exploring the world
Mhm.
and a lot of weird arcane mechanics. And generally, the moment-to-moment combat is a lot easier than modern Souls-likes.
Okay.
I would say Dark Souls 3 or Bloodborne, if you have a PlayStation.
I have a PlayStation 4.
Yeah, Bloodborne runs on that.
Okay.
Are a good place to start because they kind of codify the modern things. Bloodborne is missing a couple of quality of life features, but it's not too bad.
Okay.
Elden Ring is the most accessible Souls-like game, but I think it has a lot of design flaws.
Mhm.
The open world doesn't work super well with the Souls-like philosophy,
Okay.
but it is the most popular Souls game for a reason.
Okay. So I guess that's one of those three with various caveats to each option.
I'll say that if you play Dark Souls 3, you can summon me for help.
Hehe. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Awesome. Yeah. Those are definitely. I definitely feel a little bit more better about going into that genre now. Yeah.
Okay, that was case study number 1. Are we ready for case study number 2?
Yeah, let's get into it.
Let's talk about Pokemon.
Okay. Just so
So,
you know, chat, Dark Matter is one of the people that also cream me quite frequently on Pokemon Showdown. But because I
that's
haven't
because I studied the meta.
yeah, whereas I haven't really played a Pokemon game since I was 19. Other than Pokemon Blue, which was recent, and I haven't gotten very far into it, which I'm playing on stream. Subscribe and watch me play Pokemon Blue badly. All right, go ahead.
Yeah. So, Pokemon is not a difficult game. I think that's just kind of a fact. Pokemon, for example, is symmetric. Your opponents have the same access to the same tools as you do, but you have access to many more tools. You can bring more Pokemon, you can level them higher, you can use many more items, you can give them better moves, and you are a human and they are a terrible AI.
Yep. Especially in the early games, the AIs are really bad.
Yeah. So why are we discussing Pokemon in terms of difficulty? Well, because Pokemon is kind of the inverse of Dark Souls.
hmm
The Pokemon games, the battle systems have tons of depth. If you play competitively online, you'll see just how much decision making there is to do. Like, go and look at a top level player, like, I don't know, Wolfie, VGC or something. and see their decision-making process. There's so much thought, there's so much strategic planning. Yes, Gwen, we are talking about Pokemon again.
Gwen and Sparrow were talking about Pokemon earlier. But I would like to hear because you get really into the technical side of things.
However, you can go through the main game without ever having to think about any of the complex technical aspects.
Mm-hmm.
This is because the games are designed for kids, who might not even be able to read just yet. And some kids are just going to go with Big Dragon Go Burr, and the games need to accommodate that.
Yeah.
However, it's also really easy to make Pokemon a lot harder for yourself. The most popular challenge is Run as a Nuzlocke, but there's also all other kinds of things you can do. You can play Monotype, you can level cap, you can say no evolving, you can forbid yourself from catching Pokemon. You can forbid in-battle items. You can make it so you have to dump your team after each gym. And you can start combining these. And it's when you get comfortable with the battle system and start taking on harder and harder challenges that I think the Pokemon games really shine.
Agreed. As somebody that doesn't play Pokemon, there's like a lot of games like that, I think. And people get really passionate about Pokemon and the challenges around it in general. So having the ability to I know that Pokemon hasn't really given players the tools to do it, but I really like it when fans are able to kind of create self-imposed difficulty. I think it's interesting.
So in kind of inverse to the Dark Souls, where you can make the game easier for yourself by allowing yourself to use certain items, in Pokemon you can make this game much harder for yourself by forbidding the use of certain items.
Mm-hmm.
But this leads into my next point, and that's the difficulty curve in Pokemon is kind of backwards. When you are late into a Pokemon game, most of your mons will be fully evolved. You'll have a full team, you'll have good type coverage, everyone will have their top level attacks, and you will generally be sweeping through whatever gets in your path. In my experience, because when I play the Pokemon games, unless I'm doing a challenge run, I only ever own 6 Pokemon.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, this is because it saves on EXP. The game is literally encouraging you to do that by its design.
Yep.
I will often be over-leveled as well.
Yep. I found that too back when I was playing it.
So the early game in Pokemon is generally the hardest. And this is not just true of Pokemon. It's kind of a design issue that pervades many JRPGs, where the early game is harder because you have far fewer options and far fewer ways to get power. This is also true in Persona, for example. Early on, you don't have a lot of personas, your social links are low, so you can't make better ones as easily. And the enemies are just as unforgiving as they are going to be later in the game. So this is when I talk about power progression and difficulty curves. So in a sense, video games have to balance the following ideas. The player gets stronger, and the game has to get harder over time, because if you pass a skill check, the game should give you something that requires more skill, as I said earlier. But you also want to feel stronger. So, is there a good way to resolve these two conflicting ideas? Yeah. I'm going to claim yes, but I do want to hear what other people are thinking about this.
I have an idea. and I would like to explain it a little bit. I think it would be really interesting if you had more options earlier on in the game. Maybe they're not as complicated, but you have more options. And as you get deeper into the game, rather than necessarily just getting more options and more play styles, you're specializing almost in a certain play style. If if you kind of want to give somebody more options, and you basically have to perfect that play style. Could be one way that you do this. Whereas like the other things that you perhaps level up in, like you have to like strategize like and spread out your points to certain things, and to really be effective, you can only maybe pick one thing that you're getting difficulty in. For example, if I don't know if that makes sense how I'm
I
explaining
think I
it.
get what you're saying. That's a really interesting idea, and it's almost the exact opposite of what I was going to propose.
Okay, what were you gonna propose?
So I'm operating off the principle is of the game teaches the player how to use the mechanics in it.
Mm-hmm.
So let's say that we start with like 3 mechanics that the player needs to master.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say we're doing Pokemon.
Yep.
So you need to master item usage, you need to master status moves, and you need to master type advantages.
Mm-hmm.
Then later on, you unlock more Pokemon with more abilities.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And here's a crucial step. You want a power spike, and then something new that forces you to change your strategy.
Mm-hmm.
So as you're mastering these things, you're going to feel a power spike because you understand the game better, so the game gets easier. Then suddenly, a new enemy appears, and your opponent is using a setup sweeper. They stack 50 calm mines, and then blow your entire team to shreds.
Mm-hmm.
So now, you will notice that you've been catching some Pokemon recently, and some of these Pokemon have similar setup moves, and some of them have anti-setup moves like Haze, where they have the ability Unaware.
Mm-hmm.
So you look through your collection, you assemble a team to beat this super enemy that's been giving you trouble, and now that you understand its strategies, you can implement them again and get even stronger. Essentially, take this idea of the game teaches the player via failure to the extreme. And Pokemon is a perfect place to do this because it's symmetric. Every random strategy your opponent implements is something you can do too.
Yep. I would say another way you could do this for Pokemon is like, or like a Pokemon-like game, is if you start with like a rock paper scissors. You kind of sort of do this already, but if you start with like a rock paper scissors style type advantages and disadvantages thing, and then if you get to a new level, it introduces maybe another 2 types, and it changes. Like you might have been like playing with like this water type, and it was beating all these fire types, and then like you could switch out to a grass type in order to combat the ones that you were weak to. But if you're going into a new area and suddenly there's an electric type, and it's like, wait a minute, now everything's kind of thrown into a loop, and like I have to think about my strategies all over again. um and I think one thing with Pokemon is that, like, regardless of type advantages, at least in the games that I played, regardless type advantages, if you grind and you're at a high level enough level, you can just not even really think about type advantages because you're so high level that you can just wipe the floor, with any Pokemon that you encounter. And I think it would be better if leveling up worked a little bit differently in Pokemon.
The
If
way I've seen it done in rock hacks is usually a level cap.
Yeah, level cap, or something like enemies level with you, and like or like leveling unlocks different abilities, but maybe not necessarily um the amount of HP that you have, or power that you have. That would be like a completely different like fighting system, though, I think, than what
Yeah.
Pokemon currently has.
I'm planning on making my own sort of monster catcher game, and I'm gonna implement some of these ideas in there.
Yippee!
It's gonna be releasing in 2050 because it takes a while to develop.
Yeah. Yeah, games. I've made a couple. Nothing that I've ever put out to the public, but there's a game system I really like using to make games called Stencil. And that's more for like platformers and stuff. But RPG makers also, I feel like you could. I think you can make monster catcher games in that one as well.
I'm gonna use Godot.
Ooh, I have not heard about that one.
Godot is the best game engine ever. It is open source. It does 2D and 3D. It implements C# and C++, and also has its own native GD script.
The reason I like Stencil is that it's modular. So there is coding in it and you can write your own custom code, but if you've ever like modeled in a 3D program, you'll notice that you get like little modules that you plug into one another. And Stencil does this with like script where it will kind of, you are coding, but instead of like typing it out yourself, it'll be like you'll grab this if and script and then like a shader script and and like an action script and you'll plug them into each other. And I like that way of working because that's how, like, like I did a lot of like 3D animation in my early 20s and late teens. So I'm very familiar with that way of building something technical. It's less what it allows you to do and more the format and how it lets you build something up.
Yeah, I don't really like that sort of thing. I prefer to just write my own code.
Yeah, understandable.
Then again, I built a game engine when I was 9, so
Yeah. And that's more of a preference thing on my end and like me plugging this, because if you've had difficulties writing out your own script and if you find it like tedious or you like don't know where to start, Stencil kind of gives you a framework and lets you like build up a sketch of what you want, and then you can go in and write out the custom code in detail after you've got like this framework of statements to plug things together. But anyway. Ooh, Gwen asked a question in the stage.
am I going to mention how the Battle Frontier cheats and is falsely difficult? Um, so I have not spent much time on the Battle Frontier, unfortunately, so I can't really say much about that. All I can say on this is, if it's RNG based, then that's definitely fake difficulty, as I've said earlier.
Mhm.
I've heard that the Battle Frontier cheats by creating teams adapted to beat your team. Then again, I don't know the exact process it uses for this, so I can't really say much.
I watched a video recently
I think
talking
like it
about
could
Battle
be good
Frontier.
or bad.
Yeah, I think I don't know. I'm my current goal is to play through all of the Pokemon games and make a retrospective on them. I'm not going to talk about who inspired that, but I think it's something worth doing. And
I'll be excited to watch it.
it's
All
gonna
I can say is don't start hacking in the roles as your starter.
dark matter. Behave. No, I won't be hacking anything in. I'll be playing the yeah. Well, listen, you. um I'll be playing the games as intended. I'll be trying to do all the end game content, get as much of the experience as I can. Um yeah. And I'll be trying. I don't like Okay, so I brought this up on stream recently on another stream, and I want to bring it up here again. This is something I saw a Minecraft YouTuber named B00 say about video games. Sometimes when you're playing a video game, you'll find a strategy where every time you do it, it works. Like, if I'm playing a fighting game and I know that if I do this roll and then I immediately punch, that the enemy won't be able to hit me and then they'll take damage, and I'll basically just use my iframes, which are invincibility frames for those that don't know, to basically cheese. Cheese is often what's used to describe it. You can cheese the fight. Where, like, are you using a strategy that you know works? Yes, but, like, there's no challenge to it at that point. And it's not really how you were intended to fight it. And if you find out how to do that in any game, like, yeah, sure, you can keep doing that. But it's not as fun to just keep doing that sort of cheesy move. And I for me, I personally prefer experiencing a game to the full intention of how the game was designed to be played, at least for the first time. Increasing difficulty, that's like the opposite of that, in my opinion. That's making the game, that's extending the gameplay and making it more fun to yourself. But I think like cheesing and like doing taking advantage of things like iframes to the point where you're not experiencing the gameplay you were intended to experience. I think that like I hate it when people do that, and I don't like implementing that sort of strategy myself. But yeah, that's something that somebody named B00 mentioned in a recent video, and like I've been thinking about a lot the last week or so. What are your
Okay,
thoughts?
Gwen just commented as to the Battle Frontier, which I'm going to address right after I comment on these thoughts. I'm going to say I agree. I think that dominant strategies are they can be a flaw in game design if the dominant strategy isn't fun.
Yeah,
that's a flaw. If you're exploiting unintended game mechanics, though, I feel like that's kind of on you.
yeah, yeah. I tend to avoid it. Like exploiting a game to the point where it like sucks the gameplay out of it. I don't know. I just think that like it's really hard to make a perfect game that you can't exploit. And I think if you're exploiting a game and then saying like, see, that's why this game is so boring and sucks, because I'm exploiting this game strategy, or like even if you get to the point of that you're cheating and using like external tools to cheat, and then you're like criticizing the game on that level, I think that like I don't know.
Yeah, and not that we know anyone who did something like that.
Or someone being like, you can just get iron if you do this and this and this, and you exploit the spawn of this character or of this creature, and then you can just get infinite iron on your first day. It's like, well, I know I could technically do that, but that's not very fun. Like it's like, like there's like a gameplay path that you're intended to take and what makes this game enjoyable. And if you like cheese the whole game, what's even the point in playing it at that point?
Yeah, I think Minecraft specifically tends to have a big problem with this because in something like Dark Souls or Sekiro, you can cheese the bosses.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually not that hard to pull off, but the game never teaches you how to do that.
Mm-hmm.
It never points you in that direction. In Sekiro, for example, you can trap Genichiro, the skill check boss I was talking about way back when, if you can still remember that.
Yeah.
You can trap him in a corner and just kill him. The game will never tell you how to do that. It won't even show you that it's an option. And I don't know how someone figured it out, but you would have to specifically look up how to cheese him in order to pull that off.
Yeah. Yep.
But in Minecraft, you kind of have to look at everything. It is what I would call a wiki game.
Yeah. I know.
Which means that this sort of cheesing is far more prevalent because, I mean, you're already looking up everything anyway. Maybe you'll just find it.
Yep. Now, granted, I think at a certain point, making farms is really fun for me. I love making technical farms. But I personally tend to do it when it feels natural, and it's like I farm so much iron and I have my diamond gear and like I do a lot of mining and I'm in this gameplay loop, like I've got my elytra. That tends to be when I tend to make technical farms because then it's, it's kind of like a different stage of the game for me, but I don't
Mhm.
like making day one highly exploitable farms.
This is where I feel like mods like Create or Industrial Craft or other games
Yes.
like Factorio tend to perform better than vanilla because they lead you to the farms. It's part of the intended progression. It's not an unintended combination of gameplay mechanics.
Yeah, and there's often things that you have to it's part of the gameplay and there's like things that you have to still obtain and like there's like a Create is such a great example, I think, because redstone, like what's a T flip flop? What's this? What's that? I don't fucking know. I mean, I know better now. But like that was things that I had to search. But I sat down the first time that I played Create. I made a working windmill and water mill that I then used to power like a grinder that I could start making food automatically with. And then when I tried to make um I think it was like a mill to make like some sort of ore, I can't remember exactly, it's been a while. But I was like, "Oh, it's not strong enough to make this. I need to use like steam and like I need to get like a blaze furnace." And I like there was it had like a very interesting gameplay loop of like, all right, now I need to make this, but I need all the tools to do that. And to do that, I still have to play Minecraft. So I found that very fun. Or and I wish that more games like implemented that sort of difficulty in that way, where it's still like
Have you played Factorio?
I haven't played Factorio.
Okay,
Um,
play Factorio.
Fac- hmm.
It's exactly what you're describing. It's like imagine Minecraft with Create, but 2D and much more complex automation.
Ooh. Interesting. And okay, I am intrigued. I like stuff with a bunch of moving parts that fit together. It's fun to me. Uh I am so little boy with a model train pilled. Like you have no
There
idea.
are trains in Factorio, and they're very useful.
Yippee! Yippee! Okay, cool. I'll definitely play Factorio then.
Okay, I'll be seeing you in a few months.
All right. What was your?
Okay.
I'm sure
Gwen
you have
clarified.
more. Yeah.
Yeah, just one sec. Gwen clarified what the cheating in the battle frontier is. It's higher, better RNG for the AI than for you. Um, I think that when it gets to the point where the AI can pull off insta-kill moves consistently, I think some symmetry breaking can be interesting. That forces you to play around better RNG, but when it gets to that point, it just becomes bullshit.
Yeah, and we've talked about that. RNG bullshit. Ah.
So yeah. Well, now I'm going to bring up another one of my recent obsessions, which is Persona, specifically Persona 4. And it has the JRPG backwards difficulty curve problem, which is kind of the main thing I want to touch on. But also I want to talk about, which we were talking about earlier, how Googling can make games ridiculously easy.
Mhm.
So there's two kind of things that influence the difficulty in Persona, which is how high your social links are, which allow you to get much better personas, which are essentially your Pokemon for free. And if you know how to optimize. So if you're Googling and you're pulling out the persona spreadsheet, and you are putting together kind of a fusion path to your best persona, and you're maxing out all the right social links, then the game is going to feel extremely easy,
Mhm.
even on a high difficulty.
Mhm.
Because the moment-to-moment gameplay and combat of Persona is pretty simple. Once you're into it, it becomes very obvious what you should do. And the game teaches you it pretty early on. It gives you characters with buff moves, so you try out the buffing moves, and then you realize that you want to keep your entire party buffed as much as you can, and then hit with attacks that are super effective. And heal when you need to. That's kind of the entire gameplay of Persona 4 when you're in combat. The real difficulty happens out of combat. If you have unoptimized personas, then things are going to be a lot more difficult. And Googling is going to let you perfectly optimize. And if you play with a guide, you will have no fun because during the life sim portions, you'll just be following a guide.
Mhm.
And during the combat, you'll be steamrolling everything.
Yep. It kind
So I
of
think that adapting to unoptimized things is part of the fun of Persona games.
something I want to kind of add to that, if you don't mind, if there's some space for me to do that, with some of my own examples. Is that okay if I do that right now, or do you?
Sure.
Okay, so 2 examples.
I mean, we have time, right?
Yeah, we have time. All the time in the world. I'm not doing anything. So 2 examples I want to come up with is a recent game that I started playing on stream called Night in the Woods. I think for many games, I like to play it the first time I play it, I like to play it blind. I'm not looking up any strategies. I'm not looking up how to optimize or get certain routes. I'm just playing it, doing what I want, etc., the first time. However it turns out that way. If it's a game with multiple difficulty endings and I've beaten it once before, then I might start looking things up and consulting guides and stuff. But I think you need to beat it once on your own without any external help the first time. And I've been getting people on stream telling me, it's like, oh, don't forget to do this, or like when this happens, make sure you do this. And it's like, guys, you need to stop backseat gaming. Like, this is not information that I would have gotten otherwise. Like, it's information I would have had to look up or gotten from another player. And I'm basically just disregarding it because, like, I'm going to experience this naturally the first time. Now, Night in the Woods isn't a difficult game by any means, which is why I'm going to transition over to my second example, Harvest Moon. So my first Harvest Moon game was Friends of Mineral Town, and I was obsessed. That's another game that I wouldn't call it particularly hard, but now for games like Harvest Moon and Stardew Valley, everybody looks up the characters that like they want to romance, for example, and everything they like. Or they look up like, where can I find this item and like this recipe and how do I do it all? Back in the day, that wasn't really an option for me because I did not have ready access to the internet like that. I instead had a physical notebook that I would fill up with different characters' likes and dislikes when certain fish were available for certain seasons, prices of certain items, and where I could get certain gemstones, and just like all of this information I had compiled into a notebook. And whenever I was like, oh, I'm like, it's this character's birthday because I have this written down here. And I have explored through gameplay this character's likes and dislikes. And I know that their favorite gift is this, so I'll give it to them. But now people just look all this up on the internet. So there's no discovery phase. You just like, oh, it's this character's birthday, and I can tell because I have the calendar open on my little Wikipedia page, and I know all their likes and dislikes and what each response is going to be. And it really sucks the joy out of a lot of those kind of games, to the point that like
Yeah.
like why even? I don't know. It's just not as fun as it used to be, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm gonna say to this, are you going to look up the solutions when you play Portal?
That's another one. I played Portal and Portal 2 long ago, like when they first came out. But yeah, like the whole point of Portal is that you're figuring it out on your own, and there's such like you get a little rush of satisfaction when you're finally like, oh yeah. Like I played Portal with a friend of mine who was like a big Valve nerd back in high school, and he was watching me play, and he was like, he would sometimes be like, you're overthinking it, and I'm like, okay, what do I got to do? And that aha moment, oh, it felt so good. But Baba Is You is another one that like you could look up all of the solutions, but the fun is in solving the puzzle by yourself. And I just
Mhm.
you can Google it, but like it's better if you don't. you're kind of destroying the game, right?
Yeah. And I'm also gonna say the aha moment is something that's also very important. It's kind of universal across all difficult games, this aha or it clicks moment. But it's kind of like the catharsis. Um,
Yeah. Oh,
and I believe that is a major reward for playing a difficult game. There is, it's hard to imagine a better feeling when you're in the zone playing a Souls-like, for example.
hmm
When you can just see all the boss's attacks, and you know what you need to do in each move. Or when you're playing a Pokemon Nuzlocke and you're at the champion, and even though you've lost a lot of guys along the way, you've planned out this one fight, and your strategy goes perfectly. The difficult games that make a success mean so much more.
yeah. I would say that this might be also why multiplayer games are more popular now than ever, because you can't look up all the solutions, because the difficulty relies on the skills of the players, not on something that's baked into the game. Um, yeah.
Yeah. I think I've yapped for long enough. How long have I done this for? It's like an hour and a half, yeah?
Has it been an hour and a half? Maybe an hour. Was there anything else that you wanted to cover
I could talk about the difficulty in the Civ games because we really haven't talked about that genre of games yet.
in sim games?
Yes, like Civilization.
Yes. No, I know what you meant. I was just making sure I heard you properly. Yeah, we could talk a little bit about that. I like sim games.
Yeah, so let's say Civilization 6, because that's the one I have the most hours on.
Mhm.
Uh, so the way it works is in Civ 6, the AI cheats on higher difficulties. They get more resources, they get bonuses, they have more combat strength on you. Um, and that should be unfun, in theory. But in practice, when you are playing against the AI on the normal difficulty where the AI doesn't get to cheat, what usually happens is you will completely dominate by the time you're halfway through the game. Sometimes even earlier.
Mhm.
Once you learn to optimize and once your micromanagement is good, you can very easily steamroll the AI. So as you start bumping up to higher and higher difficulties, your micromanagement becomes more tested. Your ability to adapt to RNG and hidden information becomes more tested. Your ability to quantify known unknowns and unknown unknowns becomes more tested.
Mhm.
And the experience of surviving and winning in a high difficulty civilization game requires much more skill and rewards what you've been building up by playing the lower difficulty game. But what differentiates it from something like a Pokemon game is that Civ games last a lot longer, and they have a lot more decisions to make.
Yeah.
And every single decision has a very small impact.
Oh, but they add up.
Yeah. Which means that you can play on like a little bit of a higher difficulty when you're still not an expert and get away with bad decisions. And the trick to making the transition to higher and higher difficulties really just comes down to recognizing what your bad decisions are in the games you'll lose and figuring out how to counteract them. Now, I don't think Civ does a good job of teaching the player. I think if you're just messing around with default difficulty, you'll do fine. But it's hard to go up in difficulties without watching a strategy guide.
Yeah.
And the reason for this is the tutorial is pretty sparse. And you can get away with just way too much. And there's too many decisions to account for. Finding out why you lost could come down to a mistake you made 50 turns ago.
It can be really punishing in a way, I think.
Yeah.
And that kind of goes back to what we were talking about earlier. But sometimes I find with some civilization games and other sim games is that you have to be ready to kill your darlings, I guess. Where you might have been married to a specific strategy for a very long time, and you could implement a new strategy, but there might be like this idea that's like, well, I've been using this the whole time, and I don't want to stop because where it's like you have to like you have to accept the idea that you might have to change how you're going to play from now on, and I think that like that's not being willing to do that can make those games harder than they actually are. I'm trying to think of an example but like I've had this feeling where it's like, all right, I need to completely like this part of the map, like these early like management systems were really working for me at the beginning of the game, but now like they need to be better optimized, and like I can't optimize them any better in the form they are now. I've got to be okay with like steamrolling this and investing into like not steamrolling but like basically deleting a whole section or like getting rid of a whole section and then investing resources into making something better optimized. Like
You're going to love Factorio.
yo, I'm so excited. But I'm City, what's that one? City Skylines, is it? It's the thing that replaced SimCity.
Yeah, I think that's City Skylines, yeah.
City Skylines is like that. Now, I haven't gotten my little fingies on that myself, but my ex was really into that game, and I've seen him doing that, where he's like, yeah, this little strategy has been working for me for, the first few hours of gameplay, but it is no longer working for me. So I have to like be okay with erasing it and making a whole new system to do the same thing but better. Otherwise, you hit a wall in your progress. And I think that can frustrate some players. It's with the sim genre.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, I can see that other people want to talk, so I'm just gonna wrap this up with my main message, which is 1, difficulty comes from requirement of skill expression. 2, games should teach the player the skills they need. 3, when you're playing a difficult game, pay attention to when you die and when you lose. That's usually when the game is teaching you its lessons. 4, sometimes the difficulty is just bullshit. And that usually comes from either RNG or from the game simply not adequately preparing things for you.
Yep. And I would say that those are bad games. Regardless
Yep.
of a difficulty level, honestly. All right. Well, thank you very much for joining us. I know you have a lot of thoughts on this particular subject. So if you want to discuss some more, we definitely can do it in text chat.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Let's
thank
design a game together someday.
you. Someday. That might be fun, actually. All right. Thank you so much, Dark Matter. I'm gonna take my next caller, who I'm sure is just about ready to explode because that's just the way it is sometimes. All right. Hello.
Hi.
Can you introduce yourself, please?
Hello. You can call me Raccoon Warlock. I am generally a crim harasser. I'm here to annoy you.
Hee.
And for once, I'm not going to explode before I get in a call.
Well, we're not talking about comic books today, so
Have you already talked about Lego games?
we haven't.
Yay.
So,
We're not retreading.
yippee. Okay. So, I've played a few Lego games. Lego Star Wars. There was like a super pack where it had like a bunch of the different games in one that my brother had that I played. I would call them
Mhm.
pretty easy. What's your opinion on that?
Oh, so I'm apologizing right now when there are pauses. I am eating dinner.
Oh, okay, that's fine. That's fine.
I was very much person who grew up with those Lego games, so I was the target audience TM.
Mhm.
And I do think they are very good games to introduce people to playing video games. They are very
Oh, absolutely.
beginner friendly and intuitive.
The feedback
Especially the
is so
earlier
good.
ones where they didn't have any dialogue.
Yep. I think they're really good games for kids to get into as their first game. Absolutely.
And like it's very much designed with like, okay, we're gonna tell you how to do a thing, and then let you figure out how to implement that thing both in game levels and then later on in the development of these games in open world maps.
Mhm.
Because I think that's something that, like, puzzles are things that are not really considered when talking about game difficulty
Uh-huh.
outside of, like, Zelda or those similar franchises.
Now, have you played Baba Is You?
I have not, but it sounds familiar.
So, Baba Is You. Oh, it's so good. So, it is a puzzle game, and it's one of like you're pushing tiles around and interacting with the environment and stuff, except you also I think you would love it, honestly. I will show you an example of a screenshot. It's
Okay.
so good. It's one of my favorite games ever. So this is I will share my screen also with the so that you can see what I'm doing live.
Oh, you're doing screen sharing. Okay.
So as you can see, Baba is you and float, Baba is melt, water is hot, skull is death and float. Flag is win. So it's telling you the rules of the game. except
Hmm.
you can also push around the rules of the game. Of course, if I break Baba is you, I no longer have a player character to control, so I lose. But you can step back individually, so it makes that a little bit easier. But maybe I would say there's not really a lot of options to push this around because I think this is a winning sequence. But if Baba wasn't floating, then I might die in the water because water is hot and Baba is melt, for example.
Mhm.
And it adds like this whole other. I wonder if I could find. I can find the trailer. Oh, here's the trailer. Boop. Here we go. It gets but it gets kind of meta, but this was made for a game jam. I think it was originally Nordic Game Jam. It's so good. In the recent in the later update, they've like added like level making and like more customization, and that's finally come to the Switch, which is the platform I have Baba Is You on. But I definitely recommend this game to people that like puzzle games. But anyway, sorry, that's like a whole other tangent. It gets really challenging in the later levels. You really have to think out. It's this game, like you obviously are thinking outside the box a lot, and it gets really challenging in later levels. But like, it's so good. Okay, back to what you were talking about. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No, you're good. But yes, I think the Lego games are very intuitive, and somebody actually brought this up last night. I can't remember who it was. I think it was Floof.
Yeah,
Shout out to Floof.
we were talking about Lego games last night. We were talking about the upcoming stream, I think.
Yeah, and they were talking about how when there are certain things you can't, like there are certain puzzles you can't do at the moment, it'll like indicate, hey, this is what you'll need to come back and do this later. And that encourages replayability, which is also a big part of video game design.
Rare games, like rare games, were really good about that, like Banjo-Kazooie and Donkey Kong Country 64. They did that really well too, because like I have no idea what this is, but then you learn a move later and you're like, oh, and then you go back and you play that part of the level, but in an entirely new context with new moves.
Okay, hold on, because now I have to double check something.
Okay. Those games came out first, if that's what you're checking.
No, I'm thinking of a different game that I'm obsessed with.
Ooh, what
But,
one?
like, now that you've mentioned it, is that the same company?
What game?
No, it was not. I was thinking about Scooby-Doo Night of 100 Frights.
Ooh, I haven't played that one.
I think it's very fun. It has a very similar setup about, like, you have like, similar to Donkey Kong, you have a segmented world map that you can explore, And there are areas where you have to come back later after you've unlocked certain items to use.
Or Kongs or what have you. Or characters with new move sets. It's just I love that sort of thing. I know that people like harp on Donkey Kong Country 64 in particular. Um,
Mhm.
but I love it. I like really and I think it helps that the maps are pretty small. But I like getting really intimately familiar with a really dense world and like I keep coming back to this weird like shape that I don't know what to do with this little thing. I can see that there is like a obstacle that I can't get through yet, and then later on in the game that I
Mhm.
know, and then I go back and then it opens up like a whole new part of that level. I don't know. I love that so much. Um Makes me I miss that sort of game, honestly.
Yeah, they're a lot of fun, and Night of 100 Frights has that same kind of concept.
Yeah. Lego games do as well, I think.
Yeah, but instead of it being characters, you have certain like items
Yeah.
that you can use to sneak. I feel like I'm not at all describing what this game is. So Scooby-Doo Night of 100 Frights is like 2.5D. It's a platformer, kind of, in which Scooby and the gang are visiting a creepy old house, but the rest of the gang gets kidnapped by a mysterious villain, and so Scooby is wandering around the map trying to find his friends.
Scooby snacks.
And the thing is that yeah, that's basically the Sonic rings or Mario coins of the game. Whoever this villain is has also released monsters from like classic Scooby-Doo as your overworld like mob bosses.
Nice. I'm getting Luigi's Mansion vibes.
It's kind of, and like you have certain items that you can use to actually hurt the monsters and make them despawn until you leave and come back to the level, or certain items that you can use to just sneak past them, or there's like a pair of rain boots that you have to wear in order to walk across sticky tar traps.
Ooh, yes, I like that sort of stuff.
And the levels are very much set up in like you look around, you hit kind of a roadblock, and so you have to go look somewhere else. Once you find the thing that'll help you get past the roadblock, you can keep going.
Hmm. Yep. I don't know. I think people have like complained about roadblocks like that in games past, but I've never minded them. It's always like made me curious, right? And it keeps it in the back of my head. And being able to unlock it later is very exciting. It feels like I've unlocked a mystery and there's like something satisfying about finally being able to go back and do something that, you know, that you're putting a puzzle together almost.
Yeah, and then really the main problem of that game is that it very quickly becomes like really bad platformer hell
Oh
towards the
no.
last third of the game.
Yeah. Yeah, on that note, have you played the early Mario games?
Yes, when I was like 11,
Have you played Lost Worlds slash the real Super Mario Brothers 2?
I think I've tried it once, but I never finished it.
Yeah. It kind of falls into a couple traps. Is that it's a direct sequel and it's supposed to be more difficult than the first game, but it's using the same engine. just implemented a little bit with a bit more sophistication, and the textures are nicer because they understood the system more and what's capabilities. But there's a couple times where it gets into platform hell, where it's like jumps that are really difficult to make and that are like point accurate. There's like springs that send you flying off the screen, and you have to guess where your character is going to come down. There's like
Yeah.
things like you have to know exactly where an invisible block is in order to progress. Otherwise, you get set back into like a warp pipe that actually spawns you at an earlier level. There's like a lot of weird little bullshit like that where it's like hard, but it's like artificially hard in a way. Where it's like if I knew that this invisible block was here, this level is actually very easy. Um, but it's a very difficult game to play without a strategy guide in a lot of cases, I would say.
Ooh, that sucks.
Yeah. But like it's pretty early on in Nintendo's career of making video games, so I can kind of forgive it, I guess. Um,
Yeah. But like back to the Lego
yeah,
games.
sorry, we keep getting
Briefly before I
sidetracked. We keep getting
no,
sidetracked.
but like one more thing I wanted to say about the Lego games before I bring up my kind of stinky one that I like talking about because I think it's interesting the way it's designed. Just the one thing I don't like about those Lego games is that over time, as they had new like game systems and so new user interfaces and whatnot, it just became more confusing.
Yeah.
And that's defeats the purpose.
Yeah. Yeah, I would say that's I haven't played the newer ones. Actually, the one that I brought up on screen, it's Lego Star Wars: The Complete Saga. That was the one that I played when I was a teenager. I feel like I was a little bit too old for it. I found it too easy in a lot of ways. But it
Mhm.
was fun. It was fun. And I played it with my younger sibling quite a bit. And my younger sibling, who's 9 years younger than me, did really enjoy it, I think. And it was fun to see them enjoy it.
That's always good to hear.
Okay, what's your stinky one? Or did you want to finish anything up with Lego?
Oh no, the one that like you're gonna think is stinky, but one that I really enjoy because I like the way that they are they set up the world and the puzzles. It is Genshin Impact.
We were talking a little bit about Genshin Impact earlier,
Mm.
but go off, Queen.
Because a lot of how Genshin Impact is designed to make the game like pull you into the game is how they set up the puzzles in the open world.
Mm.
Because that's like open world exploration slash some of the like the character designs are what are supposed to like are the main focus.
Mm-hmm.
And so it all of the puzzles that you find, like they'll give you like a brief tutorial about like this is how the mechanic works,
Mm-hmm.
and then leave it up to you to figure out how to solve the specific one.
All right, that's not so bad. I mean,
And like, oh, you finish your thought.
no, I was gonna say I don't think Genshin Impact is a bad game. I just don't like Paimon. If it wasn't for Paimon, I would be playing the shit out of Genshin Impact. It's just that Paimon is always there. But it is like game other than that, the game was built for me in a fucking lab. Probably why I'm gonna once I get into Honkai Star Rail, I'm gonna like it a lot. But yeah, like I don't have
Oh, but you see, this is why I play the game without sound. In fact, there is an option where you can just mute Paimon, I think.
Is
It might be just muting all character dialogue, but
Ooh, wow. I might have to look into that.
in
That's so
fact,
funny.
if you mute the character dialogue a certain number of times in a row, it's like a secret achievement. So it's kind of funny. Anyways, so like I'll just be wandering around the map and I'll do a bunch of puzzles. And then when they're like characters of a certain tier have their own story, like storyline that's very brief, and you play as the character for part of it as a way to like, here's a demo of the character, but also a way to get you emotionally invested. And so like I'll be doing those character quests and then I'll realize that like part of the puzzles that were for that character quest I've already done because I was looking around. And so it's like, oops. Well, if the puzzle wasn't so easy. But there are certain ones that people hate, like with good reason. There are certain ones where the entire setup is it's all invisible walls.
Yay, invisible balls.
Oh no, like you are walking and then you just walk into an invisible wall and then you turn slightly and smack into another wall and so you turn again and like now you're in a weird hallway, but it's all invisible. And only sometimes can you make it visible. So those are annoying. But those are only in one section of the map, so
I haven't gotten that far. Again, like I've played a little bit of it, but I do like the gameplay. So maybe I should get back into it.
and then the way that combat works is also, I think, very interesting
Yeah.
and mostly intuitive.
Yes, I would agree.
So for the way that combat works, for people who aren't familiar, all of your playable characters have a certain weapon class and then an element that they can do damage with. But the main way you want to deal damage is to have characters of different elements and have their attacks interact with each other. Like chemistry. And the part where it starts becoming not intuitive is that certain characters are designed in ways that are a little complicated to use. So most of the times you just end up having to try playing with the character to figure out how it works.
Mm-hmm. I have a suggestion for you if you like Genshin. It's a bit of an older example. If you want, but I can save it if you still want to talk about Genshin.
I will hear it and like loop back to like the one last thing I wanted to say.
No, you, or is it about Genshin, or because if you want to keep talking about Genshin, go for it, and then I will bring the other thing up afterwards.
But like the way that Genshin has its puzzles laid out in the open world and the way that it's designed, I wish other games would kind of not steal it, but like think about it in that way.
Mm.
as opposed to like what most MMOs do, which is just like have a bunch of people come in, fight a boss, and then move on.
Hmm.
That's certainly a thing you can do in Genshin, but like if that's all you want to do, it's going to get really boring. And that's one of the big reasons I don't enjoy MMOs.
Yeah. Hard
I
agree.
don't find them very engaging, but also I just
Makes me anxious playing with other people like that.
but yeah, like that's the other part of it is like the people that play those games are not very
Forgiving. I find that people
not even necessarily forgiving, but just like fun to play with.
Yeah. I tried to get into Final Fantasy 14 and like I wanted to piss and cry and throw up all at the same time. I was so anxious and there was so much pressure and like I felt like I didn't have time to learn the gameplay because everybody was like do this and this and then they get this item and talk to this person. It's like yeah, did not like Final Fantasy 14 very much. Because I feel like people that play those games, it's like they're not so much a gamer, but they're a Final Fantasy player or something like that. You know what I mean? I will be right back. I need to get my phone charger. I will be RB
Alrighty.
in like 3 seconds.
Alrighty. And I'm not watching the stream, I'm just in the call, so give me a moment to pull up the stream so I can see if chat has anything they want me to talk about while you're gone.
All right. So the game that I wanted to bring to your attention is a little game.
Whoa, did you go to the restroom that fast?
No, I was getting my phone charger.
Oh,
I thought that's what I
I'm
said.
stupid.
I'm real fast at pissing. Anyway,
Unfortunately, this is a certified Raccoon Warlock bimbo moment.
stop. I have gone to the bathroom like while on call. Like I'd like will like oh be right back, and then I'll come back and it's like,
Oh
did you
no.
pee already? And I'm like, absolutely. I'm really fast. My bladder is really tiny. Anyway,
TMI, Trim.
sorry.
No one wants to hear about how you use the restroom.
I mean, I'm not going into details. All right. So this is a little game called Golden Sun. I will share my screen
Oh,
again.
I've heard of Golden Sun. Goodness, I haven't found
think-
any way to play it.
It's for the Game Boy Advance, so yo ho, blow the man down. Anyway, we do not advocate for piracy on this channel. Hint, hint, wink, wink. But you can.
I mean,
there are avenues you can find to play it. Let's just say that.
probably find it at a local game store.
Actually, I
That's how
think
I got all of my original copies of the first Pokemon games.
I think it's on the Switch online shop right now.
Mm.
Certified boomer game. Kiss my gay ass. So there's something really interesting about Golden Sun that I haven't really seen implemented in a lot of other games. You familiar with like the job system in Final Fantasy?
I'm gonna be so honest. I have never. The closest I've come to playing a Final Fantasy game was the first Kingdom Hearts.
Okay. What about Fire Emblem?
Closest I've come is the Smash Bros. Games.
Okay, so let's compare it to Genshin then. So each,
I mean, like,
if you look
I'm
up,
familiar with the ideas of JRPGs.
yes. So the cool thing about Golden Sun is you get like each of your 4 main characters has like their own element: ground, wind, water, fire. However, and that kind of, and like they have their base class. However, throughout the game, you unlock these little creatures called djinns, and you can equip the djinns to the characters. So it's like, oh, I'm gonna equip all the fire djinns to the fire guy, all the ground djinns to the ground guy, water djinns to the water girl, and like air djinns to the air guy. However, something really interesting happens if you instead mix up the elements, and you can create basically custom classes. There are so many different classes in Golden Sun. It is unreal. So Golden Sun classes.
Uh-oh, I'm surprised this game hasn't been canceled for using gin.
Yeah. So these are all of the ones that you can unlock. And depending on which character has which class, they'll have different moves. And maybe if you equip a character with water and like earth djinn, they might get a bunch of like grass related moves, like a vine move. If you go water and air, maybe you'll learn an ice move. And it's just very, very interesting.
Oh,
And you can use that to
that
all
fucking whips.
it does. It is so cool. And these are like different games. You get like later games have more classes. And you can also like use that. It's like, I don't have like later in the game, you might be able to unlock a frost ring, and that will like just like if you have the frost ring equipped, you will know like the move freeze, for example. I'm sort of like I'm kind of paraphrasing and stuff. But if you don't have the frost ring yet, what you could do is you could equip one of the characters with water and air djinn, and then they would learn frost naturally, so they can solve that ice-based puzzle in the overworld before getting a frost ring, for example. And there's like a bunch of moves that are like that you can eventually get an item to just equip to the character so they always have that move. Or you can shuffle around your djinn to see what types will unlock what moves and what character classes. And even though you only get 4 characters and there's 4 elements, it's so in depth. It's more in depth than a lot of modern JRPGs, I would say, despite seemingly simple on the outside. And it's also freaking gorgeous. It's a very pretty game. It's got amazing pixel art.
Oh yeah, I can see it just from this one screenshot.
Yeah.
Speaking of, hey Krim,
Yeah.
how many tabs do you have open right now?
We're not going to talk about that. It's simple, but I think it's very pretty.
Oh
It's
yeah, that is really pretty.
Where it's got this very saturated look that I love how they animate like ice or how they do ice and water. Here's like another little screenshot. There was like this era in
Oh, that is really pretty.
yeah. There was like this era in Game Boy Advance games where like they had all the colors, like they weren't so limited by color choices, but they were still doing pixel art. That I just think it ended up there was just some really pretty stuff going on in that era of game design. But anyway, if you like Genshin and if you like that sort of elemental chemistry thing, but also a lot of puzzle solving in the overworld that includes the characters' movesets, please play Golden Sun. It has also a lot of really interesting late game content that I personally am struggling with right now in my replay of it, but it is really fun. Yeah.
I will put that on my never-ending list of things to do because that does actually sound really interesting. And like I remembered something about Genshin that I was like thinking of earlier today because I was considering like how to explain this to people who don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. And part of the way that the game is designed is in order to develop characters just in general, but especially characters that you particularly like, you will have to look over the map to try to find the things that they need.
hmm Yeah, I mean, don't you encounter a lot of the characters naturally, but like there's also some sort of unlocking feature? Um, I
Well, the thing is, it's there are certain characters that the game will give you for free once you meet certain requirements,
mhm,
but generally, and this is it's a fair reason for people to not play this game. It is a gotcha game.
yeah. Yeah. I wish that
And
there was No, go ahead, sorry.
like and at the moment there is like a movement to not spend any money as a form of protest because this is a game from China and China does have a very long history of colorism. Uh, I'm not going to sit here and unpack all of it because I am a whitey Magoo. So, but just long story short, about 2 years ago when they released the part of the map that was inspired by the Islamic Golden Age, a lot of the characters were noticeably very light-skinned,
Mhm. Yeah.
and understandably, people were upset, as they should be, and just based on public backlash, a lot of people were thinking that, like, "Hey, maybe they actually listen to us, and when they do the part of the map that's inspired by, like, Latin America, they'll be better about it." Fast cut to today, and marginally.
Yeah. I mean, it's also like there's like a whole discussion about holding like Japanese and Chinese games to the standard the diversity standard that we have in the West and how fair it is to ask them to do so. And like there's like a like if you are, you know, like these characters are based on this culture, then maybe
Yeah,
you should
thank
be
you, cool kid.
better.
That's,
But
like, one of the bigger problems is that they're all most of the non-playable characters are, like, more reflective, but it's only the player characters that are very noticeably paler,
mhm,
which it's just odd in general. But, like, the part that is so weird about this second round of it happening is that more Eastern fans are speaking up about it
yeah. I think
than they
that's
did last time.
and I think that's like a good place for us to put our focus on is like what are the people that live in the country that these games are actually being made saying? Because there are people with dark skin that live in those parts of the world, and there are like black people and brown people that live in those parts of the world. And I think like turning to them and like seeing what they have to say about it is really important rather than like holding it to an Americanized standard. Because assuming that assuming that the people in those countries aren't capable of making those criticisms is in itself a form of racism and xenophobia. I think it's like there's like a line,
Absolutely.
there's like a line there, but that's like a whole other discussion.
Yeah, that's starting to stray off topic, but it's one of those things where it's like, if I don't address it, at least in some capacity, I'm gonna get boo tomato on Twitter or
Yeah.
something.
We were talking about Genshin earlier and it didn't come up, but yeah. I think thank you for addressing that concern. Dude, my little
It's a whole mess. I wish they were better. And just the way things are shaking out, truly the best thing that I can do to help is to speak with my wallet, unfortunately,
Yeah.
because this is the world we live in. Anyway. And then another part of it is that Genshin, the game is built to be like, once you reach certain difficulties, it gates itself.
Oh? What do you mean?
So, like, once your account reaches a certain level, it'll be like, okay, you can't level your account up past this point unless you do this trial to show that you have developed your characters up to a point where if you move forward, you're not going to die immediately. And the more you develop your account, it does that a few more times. Yeah, I'm talking about the world level.
This is so far beyond what I understand, but yeah.
You haven't gotten that far, like, perfectly understandable, and I'm trying to be as general as I can
Mm-hmm.
because I don't like assuming that people will automatically know what I'm talking about. Because, like, brought it up a few streams back. I don't want to be that one comic about, like, even between experts misunderstanding how much laymen know.
Where's that XKCD comic when you need it? Just one more tab.
I should have that on hand always, anyways. So, yeah.
There we go.
Yep. And that, I think, is helpful to people who are not familiar with just open world games, but also these kind of. It's not a JRPG, but it is, like, takes that idea.
Yeah. I think that, like, in general, like, it's an important thing to talk about when talking about game difficulty as well. If that makes sense.
Sorry, I was trying to catch up on what Chow was saying. Can you repeat that?
I was saying, I think it's like an important point to recognize when talking about game difficulty in general is like assuming an air of familiarity, and I think it's like one of the problems with like later Pokemon games and with games like Minecraft is there's like this assumed familiarity, and you're catering to a certain type of the audience that is extremely familiar, and you might be because of that leaving out like a significant amount of the audience that like sure would love to learn, but like if you throw them into the game they're not really going to understand what's going on, especially if
But Crib,
you're trying, but
the
well,
early game in Pokemon handholds you about tutorial about, like, catching tutorials and type advantages.
I'm
Yeah.
well, like in the early generations, it doesn't do that so much. But see, that's a problem too, because they're trying to combat the fact that they're assuming familiarity. And they're trying to make it easier when there are other. It's like they build the difficulty curve first and then are like, ah, shit, some people aren't going to know how to do this, so we have to teach them. And they just like drop a block of text on you instead of like less complicated type advantage charts early on, and then like you are introduced to more and more complicated Pokemon typings and moves, you know. But that requires building a different game from the ground up. And I think that's like a big issue with Pokemon right now. It's like, oh shit, we forgot to like take into the account new players. Oh, we better make a tutorial then. When you can actually teach the person how to play your game through gameplay. And I think that like later Pokemon games have a big problem with this because of this assumed familiarity when the devs start building the game. Does that make sense?
No, absolutely get what you're saying. And like part of it that I don't know how many people realize is that all these tutorials are technically optional,
Mm.
at
Sometimes.
least in the later games.
Yes. But again, like,
Because like Gens 8 and 9, it gives you Pokeballs before it does the catching tutorial. So if you catch something, it's like, oh, you already know how to do that, then I won't do the tutorial.
yeah. And like, yes, and I still think that it's better to teach somebody how to play through gameplay than it is through like tutorials. And I think that early Pokemon games did that a little bit better. And I think.
That's absolutely fair. But I just have one kind of hot take about it.
Mhm.
I would not consider Pokemon games to be like a good introduction to gaming. That's
No, me neither.
once you get to like 2 or 3 games under your belt, then try Pokemon.
Yeah, I agree. But
Anyways,
if you've never played a Pokemon game before and you've played a lot of other games, then you could still run into those same issues, I think.
yep.
And yeah, it's kind of like whenever. I don't know if it's as much of an issue as it used to be, but there was a period of time where as a quote unquote tutorial, there would be like a screen before you start playing that it would present you with a diagram of the controller and all the moves. That's a bad way to teach somebody how to play your video game. I'm sorry,
Well,
but it is.
if I'm remembering correctly, before they did that, they put all of that information in the booklet that came with the game.
I mean, that's fine as a reference, but you should be able to
Yeah.
play the game and learn how to play it as you're playing it. It's fine in my opinion. You know what's a really good game actually that teaches you how to play it, but it is kind of easy, is Yoshi's Island. Where there are some like button prompts is like, here, press the A button and see what it does. And then you press the button and all of a sudden you're holding the egg in your hand and you have like this this like target going up and down. And you're like, oh, I bet like they told me to press the A button and that little question mark cloud is floating right there. And now I'm holding the egg and aiming it. I bet that I throw the egg at that question mark cloud. Like that's a fine way to teach somebody how to play a game. But if I hit a info box and it's like whenever you see a floating cloud with a question mark on it, hold down the A button so that you can throw the egg and hit the question mark cloud and it might do a thing. Like those are two
Yeah, that would
different.
suck.
Yeah, that's two different things. Whereas if I just see like an A button, like a sign with an A button on it and a question mark cloud, I can probably intuit what I'm supposed to do. And I prefer
And
one kind over the other. And I think that's
Linking all the way back around to the beginning discussion, that's something that the Lego games were really good at.
Yes. There's that sort of thing, but there's also like Mega Man was something that I mentioned, where like you only have a very simple move set. You like you move and you shoot. That's kind of the only things you do. And I might find that like, oh, wait a minute, I can double jump just by exploring my move sets. And it's like I can't get past this ledge. It's too far away. If I press, but hold on a second, I press jump again and I could double jump. That's interesting. Or it'll have like level design where it kind of like funnels you in and encourages a certain gameplay response. And now that you've learned that gameplay response, it trains you how to move a certain way. And I like those two kinds of like learning the game. Where it encourages you to explore or it tells you how to do it through very simple environmental clues that you then figure out for yourself. I don't like the here's a diagram of a controller or like a written out tutorial like that in dialogue or something where it feels a little too handholdy.
Do you think Kingdom Hearts does a good job of that?
I think I'm really biased when it comes to Kingdom Hearts because I'm very forgiving when it comes to those games. I would say Kingdom Hearts 1 is okay. I think that I would have to the thing is that I've never played Kingdom Hearts with a critical eye. And I think that I'd have to do that in order
So
to
there's a certain somebody you don't want to hear that you don't want to have her hear you say that. I could speak English.
Yeah, I mean, like I think that when I'm thinking about Kingdom Hearts, I'm thinking more on story play, stories than gameplay, and like characters and stuff rather than gameplay. I think I'd have to really sit down and play it with a very critical eye before I can really give that. Because I'm so familiar with Kingdom Hearts gameplay. I've been playing it since I was like a young teenager, and it's one of my favorite games ever. And I've played those games so many times that, but I've never really sat down and thought critically about it. It's just like, oh, well, this is the part of the game where I do this. Like, you know what I mean? Where and I'm always like thinking about the story rather than how it feels to play, I suppose.
Yeah.
But Kingdom Hearts 1, I think, as I recall, is okay at doing this.
Because its whole tutorial is like kind of a situation where it's not super serious, so you don't have to worry about doing a good or bad job. It's just seeing how things work.
Yeah, we're exploring like, oh, like this is how I fight, and I'm playing with the wooden sticks with my friends. I think that's kind of
Yeah, I
fun,
was
actually.
thinking like the opening dream sequence.
Yeah, that too. The opening dream sequence and the playing with sticks with your friends, and then like, instead of real weapons, and then there's like where it's teaching you a bit of platforming, a little bit as well. And like collecting, and it's all kind of centered on the island where it's not very serious, it's very small, and you kind of learn how the Kingdom Hearts gameplay is going to work before you're then dropped into the plot and this bigger world.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Now, was there anything else that you wanted to talk about?
Not immediately. So I will say that I am excited for game night.
Yippee! It's getting late, but we're still gonna play video games after the stream. I think there is one other person that wanted to speak.
Yep.
Stop streaming for now, and I will grab my next guest. Thank you for joining me, Raccoon Warlock. Always a pleasure. Oh,
Just my one last thing, because it's what I always do. My comic to recommend this time, It is called The Power Fantasy by Kieran Gillen, being published through Image Comics. The entire concept is that, like, in a world where people become empowered in, like, some way, there are only 6 people who are referred to as superpowers
Mm.
because their superhuman abilities allow them to rival nuclear arsenals.
Oh, Jesus. Okay. All right.
So the focus of the comic is asking about the ethics of whether these people should even have these powers. Is there an ethical way to use them? Is there a way for these people to interact in a way that does not create conflict between each other?
And what is this series called again?
It is called The Power Fantasy.
The Power Fantasy. Awesome. Thank you so much.
Yep, its second issue is releasing, I think, like literally 2 days ago, so try to pick it up if you can.
Awesome. Okay. Thanks so much. You have a good night.
You too. I'll see you later. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right. All right, we're going to take in my next guest. I hope you're ready. Bam. Hello.
Hi, can you hear me all right?
Yeah, we can hear you just fine. Can you introduce yourself, please?
Hi, my name is That Guy is Shy. I'm just person who wants to talk about stuff. I don't have any notes prepared or anything, and I'm a little tired. It's 10 o'clock where I am right now, but I'll try my best to be coherent about it.
All right, what did you want to talk about?
Uh, it was kind of brought up a couple hours ago, but I was thinking about making, like, allowing the players to make their own difficulty
Mm-hmm.
in video games, like certain video games that allow players to make the game either easier or difficult for
Minecraft.
themselves.
Minecraft being an example I brought up, I think.
Yeah, the video game I thought of first was Breath of the Wild.
Ooh.
Um, because, like, once you get a paraglider, you basically have the option to just run straight to Ganon's castle with stick, shorts, and a dream.
Yep.
Uh, it's like you're gonna die, but hey, you can do it if you want. But even outside of that, you can choose what giants. I forget what they're called. Like giants you wanna defeat,
Yeah.
or what, like, in which order, or if you're gonna skip one. And I think that's kind of interesting.
I mean, I think for Breath of the Wild, the intended order is you go and you beat Varuta, so like the Zora divine beast, and then I can't remember all of them, but like the Goron, I think it's like Zora, Goron, and then probably the Rito one, and then the Garrity one. I think that's the intended, because that's like naturally the progression. But I've
Yeah,
done runs where I run and I go get the Rito one right away, because being able to get a boost vertical makes playing that game like it's such a quality of life thing. But it does
no,
make it
no,
easier. It does make it easier.
no ravioli scale is much a quality of life for me. It's either do the Rito one exclusively for that, or do the Gyarados one because it's the most annoying, and I want to get that one done over
Yeah.
quickly as possible. Uh, The other game I thought of was Fallout New Vegas,
Mhm.
because when you first start out in the first town you start out in, there is a nest of cazadors right next to the town, and they are some of the most difficult, most intimidating enemies in the game, I would say. Uh, and you can go over there if you want. There is signs telling you you should not do that, but you can if you want to. Um, and I think that's an interesting, like giving the option of players to take the more difficult route. Like even in New Vegas, they give you the direction of where you're supposed to go, but you can just cut through it to get there faster if you want more of a challenge. And again, it'll kick your ass, but you do have the option to do that. And I think, like, if you play it for the first time, you're obviously going to do the intended path. But for more experienced players, I think that adds a lot to the replayability and a lot of the ability for players to kind of speak what kind of play style they want,
Mhm.
like trusting your players to allow what experience they want, and not sort of like pigeonholing them into the experience you want to create.
Baldur's Gate 3 is also, I think, a really good example of this. There is like once you get into the goblin encampment, if you get once you go like down into the basements, if you want to and you have a character that could jump far enough, like I had a tiefling rogue and I was able to skip past a couple of the guards, get back into the witch's room where the troll handmaiden is. And the narrator will be like, "You're not supposed to be here, leave now." But if you want to, you can fight the troll handmaid then and there. And you can kill her. And then once you go back to the witch's room with the witch, when she ambushes you, um, it's not as challenging of a fight because the intended thing is like she's using her magic while the troll handmaid is like kind of a tank and is an offensive fighter while she's using magic. But if you if you like brave the jump and you kill the troll handmaid when you're at a lower level, by the time you get back there, um, the fight with the witch isn't as hard. I just kind of accidentally fell into that. I was like, "What is happening?" And I killed this troll. I was like, "What the fuck?" And then I realized that, like, I was supposed to fight her with the witch. The witch is very easy now, though. Um, is an example of like kind of going off the rails, doing something really difficult early on, and then it kind of pays off later.
I kind of have a similar story. So there's this obscure uh DS game that I like. I don't have it anymore because my DS broke a long time ago. It is called Solo to Robo Red the Hunter. And in the game, you are like this little like dog man piloting this like tiny mech. And your main method of attack is picking enemies up and throwing them at other enemies. And it's very fun, me at least. And in the game, you get money, and you're supposed to spend the money to buy upgrades to increase the various stats of your mech, like its health, its strength, all that stuff. Um, I was very afraid that I was gonna need my money for something else. I was very like RPG brained,
Yep, yep.
so I
Gotta
didn't
conserve. Gotta conserve.
exactly. So I didn't spend my money on anything, and I never bought any of the upgrades, and I basically beat the game on like super hard mode without even intending to.
This I'm gonna be honest. This looks like Xenoblade Chronicles for furries.
It kind of is. I mean, I've never played Xenoblade, but it kind of is.
Ooh,
It's really hard to find.
Sparrow recognized it.
Nice. I know they have like a new game in like the series, like something of Steel, where it's like a bunch of kids piloting a giant
Uh,
mech.
Sparrow has
But
the OST on CD.
yeah, me too. I found like the copy that has like the CD bundled in. I don't have the game anymore, but I have the CD, and the soundtrack is really good. No, I like that game philosophy where like you take the optional hard route, and then like when you go back to the intended path, like the stuff that you're supposed to do, like it's easier. I think that's funny, and I think that's a cool option to have for a game.
I'm diagnosing you with furry for playing this game.
Is it? No, it's very funny. I mean, I'm a Sonic fan, so I was
It's all coming together.
yeah. Yeah. And I think it's also important to segue if you don't mind.
Yeah, let's segue.
I think it's important, as much as important to give players difficulty options, it's also important to give them easy options. I think just having like any option where for the player to have the best experience or to make like what they design, like what kind of experience they would choose to have is really important. Like obviously not every game has to do this, but I think a lot of the games I really like kind of do this.
Yeah. I mean, it really depends on the game, I think. I wouldn't expect like Dark Souls or Bloodborne to do that, I think. But
Oh no, absolutely not.
because that's kind of the point, is that they're hard. And if you really want to experience a story without going through that difficult gameplay, just watch a let's play. It's fine. It's okay. You could still be a fan even if you have a hard time with a game.
Yeah.
Um,
I,
Go ahead.
oh no, I wasn't saying anything.
Um, but again, Minecraft is a very good example where you can turn like frame of view effects off. You can turn view bobbing off. You can turn a narrator on, or like a caption mode on where it points the direction where sounds are coming from. Like there's accessibility options to me that maybe make it a little bit easier. And I think that's fine depending on the game. And it's great when you have those options, but I think that the strategy is more having and celebrating a wide variety of games rather than saying that all video games have to adhere to, like making them extremely hard and being able to make them extremely easy via gameplay, like it's not going to work for every single game. Um
No, I think like the problem is that like there are a lot of people in the gaming community who like either think like you either need to play turbo hard games or you're a casual, or like they turn their nose at like those like super hard games and just play like easy
yeah,
games. There's
the
not really
cozy games.
there's,
Yeah.
yeah, like it feels like there's not much of a culture for people who want more in the middle, if
Yeah.
that makes sense.
I'm in the
Or like
middle, I would
making
say.
yeah, or like kind of merging the two groups together, which I think
Yeah.
would just be the best for the gaming community.
Yeah.
Uh, an example I would use is my darling Team Fortress 2.
Mm.
Uh, because it's a because like in the game, like there are different classes, and obviously the whole design of philosophy is that each class is a different role that they're supposed to specialize in. But I also think that they're supposed to represent like the different like levels of skill that a player can do. So you have like higher skill classes like spy and sniper, who are meant for people who have really good aim or good situational awareness. But then you have classes that are meant for more people want to play the game but don't have as good skill level, like pyro or heavy,
Mhm.
and a lot of like the pyro is considered has a very controversial reputation within the community for just being like the dumb baby class that dumb babies play. But I feel like they are kind of needed, like you got to have a character that's for like people who aren't good at like shooter games that want to play, and not have to like do something like be the medic or something.
I
I
mean,
think that like players should be allowed to have that option.
I tend to play a lot of support classes in those kind of games, so I do kind of tend towards the medic and occasionally the engineer in Team Fortress, and I have no problems with that. But like, I play support in a lot of multiplayer games, and even in D&D, I tend to play characters that are either support class, and even in characterization, they're more of a secondary character, where I'm like setting things up for other people. That's just tends to be the way that I like to play video games with my friends. Is I like playing that role, and I think that Team Fortress does a really good it does a really good job of giving you a lot of options and ways to play that make you feel like you're contributing. So I that's part of why I like it as opposed to other shooters.
No, I completely agree because especially because like with classes like medic, they obviously focused on like making the class effective at what he does while also making him fun to play,
Yeah,
I would say the medic is probably the most fun like support character I've played in like a video game like that because
absolutely.
it's just fun to know that your influence is the reason why like the team is doing so well, which is why I enjoy medic personally.
Yeah. Yeah, me too. Me
And
too. I don't need to be the star, but it feels good to contribute and to like, yeah, maybe I didn't get the win, but like everybody else was able to get to win because I was helping them out, and that feels really good. Um
exactly. You feel more like the team captain when you're playing medic. That's what it feels like to me. You might not be the star player, but like you're the coach.
Yeah, I don't mind doing that as well. I mean, I guess that's why I'm kind of a forever DM in a lot of cases. Um, I was gonna bring up another game, but I forgot. Yeah, it's gone. Whoopsie. It
Oopsies.
happens sometimes. Was there any other examples that you wanted to bring up, or?
I was just thinking, like I just think when giving the option like make the game more of a challenge. I say 9 times out of 10 players are going to choose to make more of a challenge. People, I think people generally want to like test their metal.
Yep.
They generally definitely want to like see like push their skills to the limit.
Okay, I do think I remember what I wanted to talk about. I don't know if it was exactly this, but what are your thoughts slash experience on randomizers?
I have not played any randomizers. I'm sorry.
That's fine. Um, Maybe you're not a good person to talk to about them though, but this Zelda Ocarina of Time randomizers are really fun. It's for people that are like really intimately familiar with the game. Then what it does is you can scramble it in a few different ways. You can like change the locations of items, or you can like swap around entrances, or you can do a mixture of both. And ZFG is someone I really like to play because he's a guy that really knows the game. He's done a couple speed runs and everything. And the randomizers, um, like it really challenges people that are super familiar with the game. And I think I wish there was more options. I wish that there was like options to do this in um I wish there was options to do this in more games where it kind of like takes you it just adds like a whole other game. I think Stardew Valley has a randomizer option sort of, or a remix at least, where it
Yeah.
remixes all of the items, but I think it's a specific set. I'm playing
Yeah.
a remixed Stardew Valley myself right now.
I
Yeah.
believe it's like just for like the community challenges, right? It's not for anything else in the game, or am I wrong about that?
I think it's mostly the community board, yeah. But
Yeah.
I love stuff like that, and I wish it was more implemented in games.
Yeah, like in-house. I think that's kind of like a nice, a niche market, like not a niche market, but like a niche like source that like video game developers haven't tapped, and I feel like we shouldn't rely on third parties
Yeah.
for it, you know?
I mean, like, I think I don't know if it's like a should or shouldn't, but I think that like it is an untapped market, and whoever starts tapping into it first is really gonna
Oh
get
yeah.
people excited. And I think that it's that not tapping into it, like it's just such an opportunity that's being wasted because it's clearly something that people like watching, like playing, and like exploring. There's so much replayability value. And I think
Yeah, it's
tapping into it
literally
would be
infinite.
it's a cash cow that like is just sitting there waiting to be milked, basically.
Oh, it's very true.
Was there anything else that you wanted to talk about?
There might have been, but honestly, I am so tired.
It's
And
okay.
I don't want to like keep the stream going if you don't want me to.
I mean, like,
Thank you for having.
yeah, I'm good to talk about however long it takes, but like, yeah, if you're getting tired, I won't keep you awake.
Yeah. Thank you very much for having me on. I very much appreciate it.
Not a problem. Thank you for opening my eyes to new video games and chatting with me. I
Oh,
appreciate.
of course. Sure. Have a good night.
You too. Bye bye. All right. I think that's everybody that wanted to be a speaker today. So we're gonna go ahead and wrap this up. But yeah, I think that we've kind of go to my womp. Yeah. So I think that we've kind of come to the conclusion that like different people require different difficulty levels in order to enjoy the games, and that diversity in difficulty is really kind of like the spice of life in gaming. Um, and that can be either all in one game, where you have different difficulty settings and ways that you can challenge yourself. And that can also mean like having easy games and having hard games and embracing both kinds of games. Um, and when it gets down to things like the cozy game industry versus like the competitive game industry, I think that like treating one like it's better than the other, or that either one of them is toxic, or like we've had enough cozy games, like that whole movement. Um, I'm not sure if I agree with it because obviously people want them or they wouldn't keep asking for them. But obviously people want hard games too, and or they wouldn't be playing them. And I think like the idea that games are a piece of art also kind of go into this. Like video games are a piece of art, and people are trying to do different things with them, and just because we have one of a lot of type of art doesn't mean that like it negates the value of the other, or it makes any one like medium or genre better than the other. And I think having a wide variety and implementing those genres in new and interesting ways, that's when art and that's when video games get really interesting. Um, and being able to play a wide variety of games across the difficulty spectrum is good. I think it's good. I think you should play easy games, and you should play hard games, and you should play games that are in the middle of the road. And you can find ways to make easy games hard and hard games easy. And I think exploring that is also really important. And if you see something, you see a niche that you think could be filled, in terms of difficulty or really anything else in video games, like genre or implementation, um, maybe you might want to consider making one yourself. There are plenty of tools and courses out there these days, lots of resources that you can like mod games or make your own games, and introduce your ideas on what makes good video games to other people. But that's going to be all today for that topic. Again, I want to remind people that we have our game night right after the stream. We will be playing some games on the Discord server, and you can join down below. We did reach our donation tier to play for me to watch and review JoJo's Bizarre Adventures. Thank you very much, Paige. Who is so funny, and I think might have done that all by herself in one donation. Like, if you have a lot of money, I think it's funny to do stuff like that. I'm not going to complain. I'm very grateful for the support. But I will start watching JoJo's Bizarre Adventures on my days off. And I'll see if I can get through it, and maybe I'll make a little review season by season. I think I'll make a couple videos, honestly. I might make a first impressions, and then I might make like a review. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. But yeah. Thank you so much, Paige, for that. Yeah. JoJo's Bizarre Adventures. Oh no. See, my intention for this dono goal was to keep it up for like several weeks. I wasn't expecting for it to be filled in one sitting. Maybe I'll have to do that just so that Paige, like next time I do one of these, just so that Paige doesn't give me all the money at once, I'll have to make it more. Oh, goodness gracious. And again, I think I might have closed it, but I just want to remind people that my schedule is changing and I'm doing new things starting in September, which is now. So yeah, this is my, let's bring this view back. This is my new schedule, starting tomorrow, and I'll go over it one more time for people that weren't here at the beginning of this stream. On Mondays, we're doing Minecraft Mondays starting at 6:30 Eastern Standard Time. That'll be either me playing solo, or I could be playing with a couple friends. I do have a series planned to start sometime this month. Tuesdays and Wednesdays I take off, and I'll probably be editing or doing something else related to working on videos. Thursdays I will have a casual stream starting at 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. I might be playing a video game like Night in the Woods. I might be doing some art. I might be reacting to something. And those will be on Thursdays at 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. On Fridays, starting this week, I will be making one edited video each week. So like a review or a first impressions, or like me talking about a specific topic. It'll probably be a video that's, I'm thinking early on, they're probably going to be short and sweet just so I can get used to it. And then I'll get bigger and bigger videos as time goes on, but I will try. My goal right now is to do one once a week, and I think I can do that. I've got a couple topics that I want to talk about. So we're going to start doing that this week. And then Saturday, there's no streaming, but we do have movie night on the server where we get together as a community and we watch a video. We're starting that, and that's something that we've been doing for a little while. but every Saturday night around 6:30 Eastern Standard Time, we will watch a movie or like a few episodes of a show together. Sundays are the big ones where we do a stream show. Usually that might be something like the Inferno, or something else that's more structured. And oftentimes I will have stream guests on my Sunday shows. It's not always going to be the Inferno, but whenever we have an episode of Inferno, that's the day that's going to be. So if you like this show, make sure you tune in on Sundays. And then but instead of at night, like we had at 6:30 Eastern Standard Time tonight, but we're going to start doing the Inferno around 2:30 Eastern Standard Time going forward. You'll notice that I kind of have a scattering of times like 6:30, 8:30, 2:30. And that's done very intentionally because I have viewers in Europe, but I also have viewers out on the West Coast. So I'm trying to give like different options. Like if you maybe miss out on the stream show on Sundays, you might be able to catch Minecraft Mondays live. And if you're kind of like are working all day and you're coming back and you live on the East Coast and you've had dinner and you maybe have enough time to come and watch the casual streams at 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. So there's a couple different options, couple different times depending on your flow, and I've tried to space them out in the week. And there will always be that edited video that you'll be able to comfortably watch whenever you want, in case any of those times don't work for you. And yeah. So if you would like to join us for game night, head on over to the Discord server, links down below. Don't forget while you're down there to give this video a like, maybe leave a comment, and thank you so much for joining me. I'll see you all next time. Bye-bye.